Welcome back, everyone. Welcome to the conference. Welcome. We're here to discuss Windworks, powering economies. My name is Magda Jengena, and I will be with you on stage 2 today. So, today's event is all about unlocking the potential of wind energy in the Baltics and beyond. So we're going to hear some very interesting keynotes, dive into panel discussions, and have some real conversations, all with one goal in mind: to accelerate the wind revolution in our region. So I hope you've had a refreshing break and you're ready to start engaging in some very interesting discussions. I would like to remind you a couple of things. First of all, from now on, we have 2 stages. This is stage number 2, and downstairs we have stage number 1. So for those of you joining us online, now there's also 2 live streams. So you can tune into the one that is most relevant to you. Another reminder for everyone here is that you can ask questions at the end of the discussions. If you wish to do it online, you can use the Slido platform. Go to slide.do and type in #stage2. If you wish to do it in person, just raise your hand and we'll bring you a microphone. So, now that we have the technicalities out of the way, we can get to the first topic. Our first topic today on this stage is about coexistence. Coexistence of the defense sector and wind energy. So to give us an insight into the topic, I'm going to ask our first keynote speaker, Roxana Andrei. She's an integrated researcher and a senior expert at the Center for International Studies in Lisbon. So please give a warm applause to Roxana, who will give us an introduction. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and welcome to our very challenging and timely panel of today, coexistence between defense and renewable energy, specifically wind energy. But I would like to say it's more about coexistence. I'm going to challenge you to take one step further and look into how these 2 sectors can actually not just coexist, but mutually reinforce and benefit each other. And I'll give a very brief presentation because I want to leave more space and time for our guests today. Why is it so important for us to discuss about coexistence? It's mostly because it's a timely moment. There is also high political and policy support at EU level for the development of renewable energy. So we have to capitalize, of course, on that, but also because there are challenges. We all know that there's an unexpected targeting nowadays of the energy infrastructure in Europe. And also there are concerns about the timely response and mitigation measures in case of threats and risks. And it's important for us to understand how can these responsibilities and how can these costs be shared. Today, I'm going to focus on 4 main topics, and our panelists are going to engage in discussions about the resilience of wind energy assets, and then about the complex and sometimes maybe ambiguous regulatory and legal frameworks. But I want to focus on how wind energy development and military operations can coexist, and we're lucky to have panelists today who come from different parts of Europe, and we're going to hear good practices and examples that already work and that can be replicated elsewhere in our countries. And we'll end up focusing on the industry, and we'll look on the impact on the business environment. So very briefly, resilience of wind energy assets. No need to tell you, you already know that we have an accumulation of physical, cyber and hybrid threats which are now targeted the energy infrastructure. And because we are in Latvia, of course, the Baltic Sea is the very hot spot of the most recent incidents. And this means that we need to change our mindset, but also we need to change our policy. Because so far we have been used to focus on safety, on accidents, on unintended damages. But for sure, from now on, we have to take into account the security component, the deliberate attacks on our infrastructure in Europe. Cyber threats are the ones that are particularly the most engaged when it comes to renewable infrastructure, to wind energy infrastructure. They are not new. They have been with us for at least a decade. And there are some examples in Europe, in Denmark, in 2023 as well. What matters is that we keep the pace with the new threat technology, with novel emerging and hybrid techniques. Still, ransomware and malware are the most employed cyber attack tools nowadays. Not all cyber attacks are part of hybrid threats. Sometimes they are performed by individual actors, by hackers, by hacktivists. However, it's important to stop the fragmentation and to approach them under a single threat umbrella. About the legal and regulatory frameworks, I had preliminary discussions with our panelists and also with experts from the industry and from the defense sector in order to better understand what are the main concerns and the main issues that we deal with. And it seems that spatial planning in an integrated approach for defense and for the energy sector is one of the key topics that we need to focus on. It's about zoning and mapping, and also about enhancing the regulatory and the legal framework. We need to overcome some roadblocks. The civil-military cooperation is something that we already do today in this conference, and this needs to be stepped up, and it's going well, but we need to still work on it. When we talk about cooperation, it is important to build trust and to develop secure information sharing mechanisms so that all parties feel at ease with collaborating towards operational interoperability. Also, especially when we talk about the offshore sector, it's important to see what are the limits of engagement for the military forces. Who is in charge with defending our energy assets in Europe, and up to what extent? Because as you know, the offshore is regulated in a different way. This has a different legal regime than the onshore. And I try to put in a balance the main key points that I heard from our discussants today. The defense sector seems in Europe to give preference for pre-elected areas before auction in more countries, and military consent is often required as a prerequisite. And there are still concerns about the army's access to the energy infrastructure. Focusing on the wind industry, on the developers, there is obviously need for clarity, for clear requirements, and for a stable framework. And also about sharing costs and responsibilities, who does what and how the costs, the mitigation costs, for example, can be shared. Both parties agree that there is still some lack of knowledge transfer, but this is something that I believe we can overcome today. As I told you, we have experts from various parts of Europe who can bring in their own experience, which has already been there for many years, and this is very important to learn from each other and to use the knowledge and the technology that is already out there. The third topic of today is the very coexistence between wind energy and military operations, and I have to mention here that when it comes to offshore wind energy, the European Defence Agency has just concluded a major project, Symbiosis. Some of our participants have been participating in Symbiosis as well. And in this project, we have focused exactly on how offshore wind can coexist with military operations. We don't want to look only at concerns and roadblocks. What we want to achieve today is to look at mitigation and to look on how we can bring together and help the two sectors mutually benefit. The main concerns voiced from the military side have, as you know, I'm not going to insist now because our participants will talk more about it, on electromagnetic interference and about radars, of course, such as creation of false targets, and also possible impact on the surveillance and communication systems, and sometimes overlapping with military zones, with zones, areas of military operations, be it in the onshore or in the offshore sector. There are mitigation measures in the Symbiosis project. The project during the past 2 years, the experts from both sides have worked together in order to identify the most suitable ones. Let's focus together today to see which ones we still find to be suitable and the new ones. And we can hear about radar mitigation solutions and also about innovative approaches which come from North Europe in particular, but also from other parts in Western Europe, the use on unmanned vehicles, be it surface, aerial or underwater vehicles, if we talk again about the seaside. So there is knowledge, there is technology, there are mitigation measures in place. Some of them have been accepted, others less by some countries. Let's debate today. With the help of some of my colleagues from the Symbiosis, which I mentioned here in the presentation below, we try to map the countries in the Baltic region and to identify some specificities. Please feel free to correct or to complement this information. In Lithuania, it seems that what we found out that consent from the military is required based on pre-developed maps. In Estonia, developers voiced the fact that there is still some uncertainty about the costs, integration of the costs. In Latvia, the focus is rather on the onshore, and the MOD developed the zoning, the maps for the future, development of future projects. I'm not going to insist now because we're running a bit out of time. In Poland, it seems there is more clarity. The requirements are clearly communicated in advance, although the costs are high. Sweden, as you know, is one of the most discussed cases because last year 13 out of 14 offshore renewable projects have been cancelled for security reasons voiced by the Ministry of Defense. Denmark and Finland, pre-selected areas, this is the preferred the way to go in order to avoid any conflicts before the auction, before the bids. In Germany, the focus is on integrating the stakeholders in the initial stages and on multi-use approach. We also want to bring to you today examples from Belgium, from Norway, and from United Kingdom. There are good practices out there using unmanned devices or use the passive sensor systems installed on wind turbines, for example, in the UK. And the last one, and I'm going to finish in 1 minute, it's the focus on the developers, on the industry. Developers express the need to have clear regulation and to reduce uncertainty and to be able to estimate and integrate costs. And also, it's a problem for them because uncertainty of possible military restrictions translates into financial risks, which in the medium and long term can delay the project, the deployment of new projects, and we sometimes can face even the risk of lagging behind energy transition in this part of Europe, which is something that we all want to avoid. And this concludes my brief keynote. I'm going now to move together with the panelists and hope to hear also from you your opinion and your questions. Thank you.
So, thank you so much, Roxana. Roxana has taken already our moderator seat, and I will ask the panelists to join her. So let me invite Roland Hennig, who's the Deputy State Secretary of the Ministry of Defense of Republic of Latvia. Next, I'll invite Lasse Hirsch, Defense and Security Manager at Ignitis. Okay. Lasse Du Jorgensen, Sales Manager at Terma. Please join Morten Wilfred Persson, Sales Manager at Kongsberg Nordkontor. Next, we have Peter Jan Verdoren, Strategic Analyst, Hague Center for Strategic Studies. And last but not least, we have Magnus Holman, who's the Country Manager for Sweden and Estonia at Deep Wind Offshore. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and once again, warm welcome to our panelists today. As you can see, we have a quite wide geographic coverage and also sector coverage. And without further delay, I would like to raise the first question for our group today. And it is specific about this new geopolitical and threat environment that we have to operate on from now on, and it is about the Baltic Sea and about the proliferation of hybrid threats and malicious actors. And I would like to ask you, in the light of these recent attacks, how should the national defense and energy security strategies adjust in order to ensure the resilience of our wind energy assets? And how do you see this evolving nature of hybrid threats impacting on the future of the wind energy projects? Franz, would you like to start, please?
If I would like, probably no, but okay, I will. Yes, thanks for having me. But first of all, I have to say that I don't like the name of the panel. Wind energy versus defense. That kind of bothers me because I think at least in Latvia, we are not trying to be against wind energy, actually quite opposite. We try to be very collaborative and proactive and doing some of our homeworks, because we clearly understand that for a country like Latvia, where we are, to exist and prosper, of course, there is no economy without defense, and there is no defense without economy. So I think these two are clearly big priorities for the government, for Latvia. And secondly, quite technically, well, Ministry of Defense or Armed Forces are not the only stamping office in the long process of getting the wind farms built. There are a dozen other agencies, so we are just one office in all that quite lengthy, complicated process. But well, to answer your question, I think maybe I will give a bit broader kind of perspective and where we are, what we do here in Latvia, because you will ask me that anyway. So I will just shoot it out and then hit me with questions. So if I can, I think, yeah, rightly about this security situation, we are quite sensitive to what's happening in our region, Russia's aggressive war in Ukraine. So we are already behind 3 years of this war. And of course, living next to Russia, having this more than 400 kilometers direct border with Russia and Belarus together, we are, of course, giving quite a lot of thinking on our defense. And irrespectively how this war ends and when it ends in Ukraine, I think there will be this still heightened threat perception or threat from the east here in the region. And that's in other ways worth saying that we don't expect much good from our neighbor to the east. And I think what we can do to still live next to Russia is to be strong and happy, and that's our plan, and that's the mindset with which we approach our defense as well. And even in let's say in peacetime, currently, of course, we have seen several incidents. You call it hybrid or asymmetric or against critical infrastructure. We also had this Russian drone which crashed in Latvia last year. So these kind of threats are real, and there's a high demand and high public anticipation, expectation that we will defend ourselves from the first inch, as NATO has stipulated, that everybody looks at and daily hears news from Ukraine about the missiles, about the Shahed drones falling on heads of Ukrainians and killing people. So concern about something falling from the air is very high. And by the way, that's why There's as well changing NATO requirement or NATO guidance for all of us to have actually ability to see and detect things already starting from the sea level. So it's not only us. And yeah, as I said, as a defense, we have a Ministry of Defense, Armed Forces. Our task is to monitor, secure our skies and defend every inch of it. So where wind farms come into this picture? I have to say in Latvia that's a relatively new phenomena, and yeah, shoot me if I'm wrong, but that's a relatively new phenomena because in our neighboring Estonia they've been dealing with this, discussing measures, compensations, and all that, at least since 2015. In Latvia, we have seen a spike starting from 2021, and it's easily measurable, at least on our side, because we have seen how many requests or permissions we have to work through, starting from all throughout the past years. And there's a clear uphill spike starting from 2021. If back in 21 we had couple these submissions to ask our permission, then last year we were were cleared or analyzed 1,000 turbines in 1 year, and this is a growing number. You will probably ask me about legislation, and I can say that on our side we believe that legislation is there. It was there even back before 21. We have there are two elements, I would say. One is the law which regulates this protective zone around navigation objects. So in Latvia that's 15 kilometers where you cannot build anything really. And the second one, which we changed as well following this course of war back in 22, was that we put a requirement that anything that is built higher than 100 meters should be cleared with Ministry of Defense. So these two things are what basically regulate the process, which asks wind farm companies to consult with defense sector as well. And yeah, so requirements, consultations, lots of applications, and the problem you actually put very neatly on the slide, which are the challenges. It is about interference or ghost targets. It's about ability to see behind the wind farms, and it's let's say limiting abilities to exercise in the air or on the land. So there needs to be a mitigation if we want to keep up the defense as because we are fine at the moment, we are fine. But if we want to keep this up and at the same time let's say let the wind energy industry grow, then it needs to be somehow mitigated. And here this our approach I think is a very positive example, I would say. I would praise my colleagues who work on this daily, that we are taking a proactive approach, and our aim is to have a system where in 2028 most of Latvian territory is available for wind farm establishment. Why only in 28? Because we need those roughly 3 years for some practical adjustments in our radar coverage, and that comes from work we have done in last 1.5 to 2 years, where we were having this discussion in the government as well, where we come up with a proposal how to mitigate this possible interference, and we basically come up with a plan how many radars we need in addition, and which radars we need to move in order basically to make sure that most of Latvian territory, excluding the 50-kilometer zone on the eastern side, is available for producing. And and we agreed that we'll buy 6 new radars, and we'll move 1 stationary and 3 mobile radars around, which should solve the thing. And by the way, in this process, when we decided where exactly we will put, and you can actually look it up, it's not classified information. You can find all the radar positions online and their protective zones. We consulted with wind energy industry, and we adjusted a little bit those radar positions in the process, so that actually can help producers as well. And the other point I want to emphasize is that these, you can say it, compensational mechanisms we did with our own resources. So it was not a cost to industry. It was government funding was allocated to actually procure new radars and to compensate this problem which we might have. So I think that's very forward-leaning from the government. So we are not asking private companies to invest in that. We did it ourselves. And for clarity, we produced 2 maps, which you can find online as well. Which one of the first map shows you current status, where highlighting green and yellow and restricted zones where you already can most likely develop wind farms. And then there's this another map in 28, which shows the situation after we have moved and procured those additional radars, basically showing that most of Latvia is available. Only limiting sites are, again, this eastern side 50 kilometers zone and those protective zones around those radars. And this summer when we will know exactly the, let's say, physical address of those radars, we will publish even more detailed, adjusted map, clearly showing exact, high detailed locations and those protective zones, which should be very helpful to the industry. But of course, these maps are illustrative. They do not change the process. Process still remains that we need to clear all those plans and evaluate each and every this wind park, wind farm. But at least you know that this most likely, if it's in a green zone, most likely it will fly.
Okay. Thank you very much, and it's great to hear actually that you took over the coast. And because you mentioned mitigation, I would like now to give the floor to our guests. And my question is, how do you coexist with the defense sector? How do you mutually benefit each other? And how do you integrate technology into securing and defending your assets? So Lasse, would you like to start, please?
Yeah, Lasse, yes, from Ignitis Renewables. Thank you very much for having me on the panel. First, I would like to comment. You're absolutely right, and we spoke about it earlier. The positive tone is actually the first step. Some sort of leadership, goodwill, that turns into the best mitigation of all, if you ask me. Despite having Therma here and Kongsberg, but the will take us far. Secondly, Ignitis, we understand, we appreciate that there is a threat, and we want to be part of the solution, not just us as a company, but also to support the nations in which we operate. Mm-hmm. And we heard about it earlier in downstairs, that our turbines, our wind farms, we can actually contribute with the sensors that we have there inherently. That can provide this mitigation, or it can benefit coexistence.
Thank you. So the use of smart sensors can have a dual use for the commercial and for the defense side as well.
I definitely, I think dual use is the new buzzword in the industry. I don't know, but probably the most of you are aware that our turbines, our offshore substations, onshore substations, they are filled up with various sensors that can be used not just for operational efficiency or environmental protection, but it can also be used with a little tweak in the security arena.
So from your experience, there is information sharing with the armed forces that can work
I'm sure our friends from the Netherlands / Belgium can contribute on a specific solution, but yes, that is my best guess. Yeah.
Peter, would you like to take over?
Yes, definitely, and thank you so much for the invitation. It's unfortunately a very timely topic that we're discussing. And 2 weeks ago, I was reading one of the Dutch's biggest newspapers called the NRC. And NRC had a big headline that said, "Underwater, the war has already started." And I thought that was a very striking headline. And the deputy commander of NATO's Allied Maritime Command actually also said that the entire undersea economy is at risk. So those threats that you're mentioning, they are clearly there. And I think that when I hear the word threat, I think about defense. And when I think about defense, I think about the government. And I think that currently, the current threat levels that we're facing as a result of these heightened geopolitical tensions is actually the reason that the government should step in and be more actively involved in the conversations with the operators itself. And so I think that that will actually facilitate the whole process of allowing offshore wind energy to still further thrive. And to give you an example, for planning, for instance, you just mentioned the example of Sweden with the 13 permits that were almost done, and then you get a phone call from the Ministry of Defense and your permits are gone. Well, in the Netherlands, for instance, they make sure to have a one-stop shop that allows you to make sure that all the stakeholders have had these discussions and have had the conflicting interests already laid out, discussed, to make sure that these kind of things do not longer happen. And that gives the business sense also a big, the reliability and the trust. Now, to go to the design phase of offshore wind energy and to make sure that those are protected, you mentioned cybersecurity as a big threat. And indeed, since the war in Ukraine has started, or the Russian invasion of Ukraine, we have seen that energy infrastructure has been targeted 10 to 20 times as often as prior to the war. So these cyber vulnerabilities that are clearly there in the offshore wind energy, they need to be addressed, and they need to be addressed pretty quickly. And if you take the example, for instance, for the Netherlands, they have the goal to, by 2032, have 21 gigawatts of energy, which would translate into 75% of their electricity usage. These are strategic assets that need to be protected. And if you do not install the right measures right now, then you will face those problems later on a scale that really will influence and disrupt your society as a whole, potentially. And then the final point of this thing is that protecting the infrastructure is also very important, because we're facing a lot of hybrid threats from malignant actors or Russia. And the thing is that these threats, hybrid threats, the most important thing is that they do not like to be attributed to people. So they want to make sure that they have plausible deniability. So again, the Dutch government, through the North Sea Infrastructure Protection Program, they have a 40 million euros investment done, which they try to make sure that the North Sea is becoming more and more transparent. So under the sea, they want to increase the number of underwater sensors. On the sea, they want to increase the number of patrol boats. And then on top of that, they want to increase the level of satellite imagery to make sure that the whole North Sea becomes transparent and that the hybrid threats can no longer take place because you're able to identify the persons that are doing that.
Yes, and I know that in the North Sea, the most frequent hybrid technique employed is the spy ships around the wind infrastructure and in general around the offshore infrastructure. And Morten, would you like to tell us a bit the Kongsberg solutions?
Yeah, I just want to support what he was saying regarding what we have done for many years, for 40 years, is surveilling the coast or other critical infrastructure already, but more from a safety and traffic management point of view. And we see now a shift towards security. And what we have experienced with, for example, to create coexistence, we need to talk together. We need to share information and we need to share experiences between the different stakeholders regarding the coast. And an example you have in the UK is that the MCA, the Coast Guard in the UK, are putting a regulatory to the license to operate wind farms. They need to install radars in AIS that feeds back to the Coast Guard, which is a quite clear example of how we can coexist. And also using these wind farms, offshore wind farms, as an asset and as a possibility to expand our situational awareness and maritime surveillance.
Okay, thank you. Lasse, you wanted to add something?
Very short comment on these fantastic technologies that we can implement. And perhaps that is a key takeaway, that there are technologies that can remove these barriers for offshore wind and onshore wind, for that matter. I think as a developer, it is super important to understand when our responsibility begins and when the nations stop. Because with responsibility comes cost. So we need to have that dialogue of who will pay. You mentioned that the radars onshore in Latvia has been paid by the government, and super check mark on that one. But offshore, it becomes really, really expensive if we need to install after we have gone into the design phase.
So it's very important for you to have all the information beforehand so you can estimate and integrate the cost properly. And last, I visited Terma facilities this year and I was impressed with the advanced technology that you use. And because we discussed radars, can you please tell us a bit the mitigation measures that your company uses?
Absolutely. As you rightly say, we are a radar manufacturer. So we do radars, have done for 70 years. We also provide radars to Kongsberg. So we are quite familiar with this. And for us, offshore wind, I mean, it's a new segment, but it's basically what we have been doing for 40 years on oil and gas, for example. So if you take the Middle East, they have had the same issues that we now see in the Baltics for 30, 40 years, and they have radars and other sensors installed on all the platforms out there. So from that point of view, installing sensors out at sea, offshore, that's everyday business for us. I think it's more the industry here, the wind industry, that is to adopt this and understand it. And they also have to understand the defense side of it. I mean, we come as a defense company, we can sort of mediate in between the industry and the military, but there is often a discrepancy between how they work, these two organizations. And of course, they have to find each other like this. I think that's very important going forward. So going a little bit back to what you said about dual use, there are multiple different cases of dual use, ranging from very low-end things where you combine a security radar with a bird detection radar, same radar system, then you just feed it into two different organizations, and they can share that feed, going up to air defense radars that are being shared between civil air authorities and the military. So it comes in all flavors, I would say, and we can basically tailor it to that. But there, of course, also the military have to accept then if they want to go down that route, that someone else is also have some sort of access to the system. And we can, of course, build in barriers and so on, but there will be some sort of access, and that the military will have to accept. So in that sense, I think from a technology point of view, as Les also said, yes, we can provide this, but I think it is more about the whole procedural behind it. So what do you then do if you see something out there? I mean, who do you call? Ultimately, you need to call someone to do something, and it should not be the developer's responsibility to act on whatever threat is out there. They can call in someone, but I think there should be an authority behind it backing that up. And that, I think, is really the hard part to establish. How do we do that then?
The sharing of responsibilities,
yes.
It's the trickiest part. Magnus,
Yeah, well,
what is your experience with it?
So I'm here representing Thule Energy from Estonia, but I'm actually Swedish and also run the Swedish operations for Deep Wind Offshore. And it's a bit ironic to be Swedish and sitting here and listening to you guys, unfortunately, because we were damaged by this decision. It was taken. It was a complete surprise. Here you're actually showing what can be done when you want to do it. And I think you started it off such a good way. It's not versus, it's and. So the panel should actually be a bit of a change in name. So I think what you described is really true. It is an opportunity for us to actually do something. 1 + 1 could, be 3. And I think, Lasse, you also said that, if there is will, we can solve this. So I think with you guys who have the sensors and everything, and we have our own platforms, we can actually do quite a lot more. And I'm also, I should say, I'm a reserve officer. So I'm not against in any way the armed forces. I'm part of it. And I think the Swedish way was done without any real discussion, real cooperation, and then you get the results as we got. And suddenly we have, I would say, as a country, a bit of a problem in terms of renewable energy and also armed forces. So both of us probably sit with a residual problem after this, rather than having a good solution.
So still we need to enhance our communication between public and
it's
private
the foundation,
actors.
and I think you said something that was, I guess, resonated with me, because there are two different worlds. When you wear a uniform, it's a kind of a different world, and when you have done both of it, where this uniform and the other uniform, then you can see that there is probably communication to start with. And yes, there will be classified informations, but I think there will be ways of actually sharing information without any leakage. So I think it starts there.
Roland, we heard from the developers. What is your perspective? How does the communication process go between the private and the public actors? But also I'd like to ask you, between the countries in the Baltic region, do you think there's still room for improvement, something concrete to be done in the next years?
I think, first of all, communication with energy sector, I think we have quite intense lately. As I said, there's this spike of interest and permits, and I know that my colleagues are having up to 10 meetings a month now with wind energy, different companies and the stakeholders. So that's quite a lot, because, well, wind energy is not the only thing Ministry of Defense does. So on the scale, this is quite intense cooperation, I would say. On this governmental or inter-country cooperation, I think there is still room of improvement, because I understand that the only formal, or let's say consultation with cross-border or other countries' projects, for example, from the defense side, is only related mostly to the environmental issues. I think we still maybe lack more cooperation, coordination, exchanging of experience with defense-related parks, because or farms, because something that other country allows eventually might impact our surveillance or other defense interests as well. So I see that there is a room of improvement. On technology and on offshore capabilities, I think you all discussed here about Elwind project before, probably. So this is a new thing for us as well. We've been involved in the process of, let's say, on consulting with this project. Unlike Sweden, we haven't objected against the project. But of course, it is a bit sequel or consequential process, because we are learning on the way, and a bit of chicken and egg process, because we cannot tell what kind of compensation mechanisms we might need before we know where it will be and how many objects there will be and how high there will be. And you again on your side or industry, they want already the answers now before they even start. So then we run a little bit in this dialogue. But I think from our side, and coming back to this dialogue, we are very happy to be involved in this process from the early beginning, because there are different technologies which we might not necessarily know at the moment. There are growing technologies. There are also military capabilities which are expanding, because maybe today we don't need certain, airspace or corridor, but in future acquiring new, coastal defense system or radars, maybe these things will change. So it's a very dynamic environment, and therefore dialogue will be important. And I don't think that we feel that we know everything and own all the information. I think we rely on suggestions, on your technology, what can be done, and then of course we have to go back and see what can be done from our side, who pays for that, and what's feasible.
Thank you. And we have approximately 5 minutes left. And Lasse and Magnus, would you like, please, to
just to comment on what you said? I think we have a good example. Most of you are probably familiar with ESPO consultations. I have done it with Norway, Denmark, and Finland, and it's all about environment, which is obviously important. I have never heard one word about defense. And as to your point here, I think what you do in a different territory could affect your own territory. So I think that is something, if you could build that into a process that is as used as the ESPO consultations for environmental cases, it would probably be good also from a military perspective.
Exactly, to use the
Yeah.
same kind of
Yeah.
format. This is a great suggestion. Lasse and then Morten, please.
This lesson?
This
That Lasse.
the other one. Yeah, and also just picking up on what you said before, I definitely also see that there is a lack of communication between the countries, and then there will be cross-border effects, and that's an issue. I know the Danish military have raised that concern. If there is something out in the Baltics put up by Germany or Poland, it will also affect the systems they have. So, yeah, we have been part of the EDA forum, and also know that Wind Europe is doing a great work in trying to get all the MODs together and establish some sort of forum, because I think that's needed. What we see right now is very much it's all countries doing it in their own way. Now I've been engaging with a lot of countries, and it seems every time we come into a new country, they're trying to invent the wheel again. That could be shared a lot of knowledge. There are some countries that have looked into these issues for 10, 15 years. And some of it is, of course, classified, but a lot of it is also public available information. So there is a lot out there that new countries could benefit from if they talk to their counterparts in other MODs.
I totally agree with you. There's no need to spend a lot of time and money to reinvent the wheel. The information is there, the experience, the technology is there, and I always say that here in the Baltic region you have an enormous advantage, that except for the Russian Federation you are all friends, here you are EU and now NATO member states, so that's an enormous potential that you have. And Morten and then Lasse, if you agree.
I just want to support what Lasse said here and what we've seen through different, for over 40, 50 years, different experience regulatory through vessel traffic services that has been handled from everything from the coastal authorities to the Coast Guard, to the Navy, to the border guards, and different roles in different countries. But there is a standard there that is set for so many years, integrating sensor data and decision support that has so long experienced that we can integrate into the offshore industry. And we have done it for the offshore industry regarding platforms in the North Sea and other places in the world. So looking towards IALA and the VTS and how they have done it for many years, I think can also be a way to see how to integrate this as a regulatory.
Lasse, sorry I left you last.
That's fine. No, just want to contribute a little bit on the communication side. You're right, the ESPO hearings can actually also be done for radar impact surveys. And we will do that for the projects, hopefully projects that we are developing off the coast of Lithuania, very close to the sea border with Latvia. Secondly, we engaged with the MOD and the Lithuanian Navy, and now also the border guard, very, very early in our development process. And that has given us trust, mutual trust. Seeing it lately with a NATO exercise rolling out in the Baltics as we speak, alongside our survey campaign. And it basically takes just to get into the same room, sit down and coordinate. And yeah, that works.
And Peter, any good example of cooperation in the North Sea that we can possibly replicate in the Baltic Sea as well?
Yes, I was hoping you would ask me that question. So we definitely have one. It's called CSEC, which stands for the Seabed Security Experimentation Center. And it's actually a group of countries, a coalition of 5 countries, Denmark, Finland, Norway, Sweden, and the Netherlands, who work together with civilian parties and military partners to get a sense of what needs to be done to protect the critical underwater infrastructure. And so they collect all the data, they work together, and then they come up with these questions, and they try to work out with the civilian counterparts, how can we transform these questions and problems into solutions and innovations. And I think a very important part in that is that it also gives you, especially that dual use potential, right? Those innovations that you can translate into products, and I'm thinking about Optics 11 or Fugro. These are companies that are really working closely together with their navies, with the MOD, to make sure that they have the potential to make these innovations into product and then access the wider market for it. So there is definitely a win-win scenario when it comes to working together on military civilian side. And then also on the cybersecurity front, we actually also have a corporation which is called FLEX, stands for the Field Lab Energy Cybersecurity, which is doing exactly the same thing. So you talked about cyber threats. Well, exactly, that is also a coalition of companies, of offshore wind providers and the government trying to figure out how can we bring all these stakeholders together and address the challenges and try to translate that into products and innovations. So I think that's a win-win for everybody to communicate more and to establish the platforms. We already have those in the Netherlands, but I think that the Baltic states would benefit immediately and enormously if they do so as well.
I agree, and I think this kind of events should be more frequent so that we learn more from each other, because otherwise we tend to stick to our regions and not be able to transfer the information and the experience properly. Morten, you wanted to add something?
Yes, a little bit what he was talking about that we're also doing now in Norway. We are within the Kongsberg Group, we have experience from the maritime side, from the defense side, and sensor and robotics, everything from the satellite and down to the seabed. We have the sensors and the platform to integrate this. And we're now creating a test bed so that you can come and see how we can integrate different type of sensors and how we can put that into a platform, because, like I said, we have different experience from different markets, and now we see that the threats are maybe a little bit different within the seabed, the type of threats we have seen now that maybe we haven't that much experience with. So we want to build a complete test bed so that you can see what the possibilities are live from everything from satellite and down to the seabed with sensors. So that is being created now.
Great, and I know that we focus more on offshore now because this is your profile, this is your preferred area of expertise. Do you think that the successful experience that you have in the offshore can be also transposed to the onshore sector? I understand Latvia is more preoccupied with the onshore wind for the time being, right? Is there the possibility of making use of this knowledge in the onshore sector? We have a couple of minutes left for this. Lasse?
Yeah, well, the short answer is yes. But again, it shouldn't be, and I'm sorry, it shouldn't be the technologies that are amazing that should drive the progress. I mean, it comes from policy level, and then we as the industry, we chip in and say, okay, this is a good place to build a wind farm, for instance. And I think what we've seen in the Baltic states with this red, amber, and green system is absolutely brilliant. And I would hope that could be exported to the rest of Europe, so we could get onshore wind further on the way that it already is. I mean, Germany stands out as a good example also, but especially here in the Baltic states, super. I mean, we as the developers, we can see, okay, this area is red. We don't even have to try to get an application in there because we will get no. And that's fantastic. So we can focus on the areas where we have a chance to get on with our work and create affordable, reliable energy, green energy.
So clarity in the end.
Absolutely, it's super clear. I mean, it's visual. It only changes, well, we have the map now, and then it changes in 28.
Like we saw the maps
planning,
provided
yes.
by Latvia, which are very clear.
Yeah,
yes.
and we have it for Estonia as well. Yeah,
it's great. Mm-hmm. We only have 2 minutes left, so we can take one question from the audience, please. Is there a microphone that we can use?
Coming.
I will stand behind the pillar. No, actually, my name is Bert van der Lingen. I'm the vice chair of the Netherlands Wind Energy Association, Net Zero. And I was listening very attentively to the contributions. The international cooperation between countries in the basin of the Baltic Sea, in the basin of the North Sea, is something which leaves something to be desired. Last month, we had a high-level meeting between the Wind Energy Association of the Netherlands, and EIB. The one thing EIB was proposing as an agenda item was safety and security issues on offshore wind development. And the most surprising thing was, because last year you said about who's going to pay for it, there is a willingness of the EIB to have a look at this, this system, because the proposal was to look for an entity, as it was called, an entity to secure these kind of topics into one operational unit, because the European Union cannot do that, NATO cannot do that effectively, and the countries here also need to cooperate. EIB also mentioned that the discussion was also in the Baltic Sea basin area, so we were very happy to hear that. But basically, I think we should also have a talk with EIB to see what they have in store to make things also financially possible. Because international cooperation is the key element to having a transparent system which is covering the whole of the maritime basins we are talking about. Thank you.
Thank you for your contribution, for your comment. Would you like to comment on this? Very briefly, we have to end our panel.
Yeah, again, taking one step back when it comes to the security solution which fits that offshore wind farm in this country or that wind farm in another country, it needs to stem from a threat assessment, and it needs to start on national level. I mean, we can't just do, as we've seen in some countries, where they have a shopping list saying, oh, we would like 4 radars and X, Y, and Z, and then the cost becomes insane. And that will kill the business case. I mean, we can't move forward with projects where the business case is not viable. So one way to do it could be the use of CFDs. So if we have a very, very high level of security required by the state, then the CFDs should follow or reflect. That could be one way.
I agree. We live in different times. Security is expensive. And it's very challenging and innovative, unfortunately, on the side of the threat actors. But it's great to see that you keep the pace and the technology follows very closely. And thank you all for joining us today. I feel I learned a lot, and I hope that there is room for us to meet again. The consultation forum from the EDA that Lasse mentioned is a good place to meet again. Thank you for the audience. Thank you for being with us. A big applause to our panelists.
All right. I will also say thank you very, very much. I'm very happy to see that all of you challenged the title of the panel. That was a little test from our side. We wanted to see, because very often these topics are juxtaposed, and we're happy to see that you not only want to put them together, but there are also ways to do that. So I'm very happy about that. Thank you. Now, some technical information for you again. I know how much we all like to network. So we have another opportunity right now. We have a lunch break. Lunch will take place downstairs, and I can tell you a little secret. There's also some tasty Lithuanian beer and cold soup to try. But let's not get too carried away with that, because we will reconvene at 2:30, and we will still have 2 stages. We'll talk about hydrogen up here, and we'll talk about how soon is soon with the offshore downstairs. But please do enjoy your break, do enjoy networking, and I will see you back here at 2:30 p.m. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome to the conference, Windworks, Powering Economy. I hope you've enjoyed your lunch. Hope you enjoyed some beer, but not too much, because we have an exciting afternoon ahead of us. Welcome back to everyone who's joining us online as well. I'd like to come back by saying thank you to all our partners and sponsors. Without you, this event would not be possible. So thank you for powering Windworks, Powering Economies. I'd like to keep in mind that we have two discussions going on. We have two parallel stages. This is stage number 2. We're going to be talking about hydrogen. And stage 1 is downstairs, talking about offshore wind. How soon is soon? This also means that we have two parallel live streams, and you can tune into the one that is more interesting for you. This also means that you can ask questions digitally. If you'd like to join the conversation during the panel discussions, go to Slido and type in hashtag stage number 2. So you can send your questions to the speakers digitally. Or if you want to ask a question in person, just raise your hand and we'll get a microphone to you. So in the first part of the day, we already covered a lot. We looked at the big things that matter for wind energy. We looked at legislation, we looked at the grid, but we all know it comes down to the nitty-gritty details. And that's what we're going to look at this afternoon. We're going to look at the real industries that wind energy can power and help grow in the Baltic region. So to lead us into the topic of this first panel here now, I'm very happy to invite on stage Ine Moreng, the ambassador of Norway to Latvia. Please welcome Ine.
Thank you, and good afternoon. Thank you for having me. Thank you to the organizers for this brilliant conference. We've been taking part in it 3 times, and we are here to stay. So I'm very happy to be allowed to say welcome to this panel. A net zero economy will demand a change in the energy mix, new products, and changes to current industrial processes. And this is where today's topics come in. Green hydrogen is a crucial element in the global energy transition, particularly for decarbonizing hard-to-abate industry, but, and I think this is an important point, also as an energy carrier. I'm brave enough to ask, is it the new queen of energy? As a versatile energy carrier, green hydrogen can be used in industry, transport, heating, and electricity generation. Some of these sectors, like steel and shipping, one of the important sectors in Norwegian economy, have few other options due to their share of greenhouse emissions. What you might know is actually that Norway is currently a European leader in green hydrogen, with 38.5 megawatt of installed capacity, making it the second largest producer in Europe. We're not going to tell who the first one is, we're going to get there. The capacity is expected to increase to 95 megawatt this year. We're talking almost triple. We think that the Norwegian experience in developing its hydrogen sector can serve as a very good example and serve some very valuable lessons for Latvia, Estonia, and Lithuania. So this year, Norwegian and Latvia partners, many of you present here today, conducted a small study, and it is really small, but that doesn't say anything about the magnitude of it, which we published in March, to draw the lessons from the development of the Norwegian hydrogen sector, highlighting key early stage learnings from our efforts to establish a hydrogen industry from its infancy. We found 3 transferable insights that could inform the hydrogen industry in, among other, Latvia. And I'm going to mention those 3 to you. One is that you have to identify high-value use cases. The second is you have to provide well-designed early-stage support for the entire value chain. We're talking ecosystems. And the third and last one is that you have to ensure a stable regulatory framework to reduce uncertainty. That includes support systems or mechanisms to mitigate risks associated with future carbon cost. Now, the advantages of hydrogen is that it is abundant, renewable, and non-polluting. Challenges related to lack of transportation and storage infrastructure are overcome by countries and companies partnering to build economy of scale. And I have to highlight one of those, I would call it a unicorn examples, which is the hydrogen ecosystems that are now being built and established in Liepāja, centered around the Norwegian company Clean Industrial Solution. It is a unicorn. Gentlemen and ladies, I am going to conclude by saying cost is an obstacle to be overcome. Scale is the goal, but it does take companies and it does take a regulatory framework to get there. And my challenge would be get on the green hydrogen train. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ambassador, for being here and for sharing the Norwegian experience. We all know it's very valuable, so we're happy to have you. So, before we can get into the panel, we need a keynote, right? I'm very happy that the keynotes will be given by Simo Seinevirta from H2 Springboard Ecosystem and member of the board from Hydrogen Cluster in Finland. His keynote will be titled Hydrogen Ecosystem for the Baltic Sea, Learnings from Finland. Please give a warm welcome to Simo.
Yeah, I'm very happy to be here, and I work in my day job in a global technology company, ABB. We are actually present in all of the European countries, including being here. But today I'm going to be talking about the case Finland and what we can draw as conclusions from there. And then in the panel discussion, let's expand that view to that what can we together do in the Baltic Sea region in order to build out this opportunity. But I would like to start by kind of a raise hand voting here. In the audience, raise hand if you have all figured out, have it all figured out how hydrogen plays now in context of wind power. Okay, we have a few people raising hands, but we still have people who didn't raise the hands. So let's start with the basics first. So why do we talk about hydrogen in the first place in this context? And it is actually the reason is that if the electricity that we get from renewables, if we could put it in a tank, we wouldn't need to talk about hydrogen. So the current situation is that renewables, wind now here in this region being the primary one, they offer really unlimited clean energy to us. It is the most cost-efficient way of producing electricity, and it can fully replace the fossils. There is only one challenge: you can't put it in a tank. So it is actually something you have to kind of instantaneously use in wherever you need to use it. And now, when wind and sunlight we can't put in a tank, hydrogen we can. That's the role of hydrogen, if you put it in one sentence. But then if you look at it a little bit broader, what we want to do, we want to get rid of using the fossil carbon in the world energy system and the world at large. And there now clean hydrogen plays a key bridge role. So we take fresh water, we take clean electricity, we have ample supply of those here in this region. We can produce clean hydrogen. I talk about clean hydrogen in this sense because, of course, this will be green for most parts, so the renewables will be the key source. But for instance, for Finland, we do still have other low carbon sources such as nuclear electricity, which we can equally well use for generating hydrogen. And then when you marry the hydrogen with nitrogen, or then on the other hand, carbon, and in this region particularly we talk about forest industry and biogenic carbon that we have ample supply of, we can produce all those things that we need in the society. So be it now decarbonizing the industrial processes, directly using hydrogen to produce fossil-free steel, for instance, or then having the clean fuels with which we can decarbonize maritime transport or aviation, or then keep the world from having hunger. We still need the fertilizers that actually are key to having the agriculture productivity. And then as a side effect, we get actually flexible energy system. So we can use the storage factors of hydrogen to provide for those things. And in the end, we have a carbon circulating in the system. So Finland is positioned in this context quite nicely. We have three reasons why we believe that Finland is actually a natural starting point for building these hydrogen-empowered value chains. We do have abundant clean resources, applies to this region as a whole. We have the connected critical industries, so forest industry mentioned here, but the industrial heritage is actually very important. We have to create these integrated value chains that create the high value. And then the third piece is the stability and security of the society, which is needed for stability of the projects to be implemented, which then affects the financing cost, for instance, which makes those projects bankable. So those ingredients we do have, and then it results in that we currently have quite a nice pipeline of activity taking place in Finland. This is now a last December updated slide. The numbers are already higher by today, but we are talking about some 10 gigawatts worth of electrolyzer projects producing up to 1.3 million tons per annum hydrogen, and then investments 25 billion. We have a nice inventory of clean industry projects by our Confederation of Industries updated. Currently there are some 270 billion worth of various clean tech investments taking place in Finland. The largest categories are actually wind power, so offshore wind, onshore wind, but then the third largest investment category are hydrogen projects. So it is a booming opportunity. What is nice about those projects is that they are very complementary to each other. So there are various pathways with which you build an integrated value chain. I mentioned already clean steel, but then there are ammonia projects, there are methanol projects, and then we even have technology companies that can produce food protein out of captured CO2 and hydrogen married together. So altogether, that opportunity is rising, and then if you kind of put it in 3 points, then those 3 pillars give us a capability with which we can build Europe's leading hydrogen ecosystem here in this region. And for Finland as a country, what this means is that this becomes a new pillar for the economy. So it will result in a substantial increase in the country's economical activity, so some 30 plus billion per annum at the end of the 2030s added to the economy, and up to 100,000 additional new jobs. Which then leads to that we can as a whole secure a free and industrious Europe. Actually the important point is how do we stay competitive in today's world. It requires us to be capable and innovative, and then when we do that, then it also helps us secure the freedom in this region. And as a second point, I'll give you one concrete example what we are then doing based on these ingredients. Like I mentioned, I come from a company called ABB, global technology leader in power and automation technologies. And we just recently launched a major development program called H2 Springboard, with which we collect an ecosystem together where we can take benefit of this investment environment in these projects going forward, and then advance the technology that is allowing us to create the innovation that then builds that 30 billion annual value add to the economy. And where we start is that if we look at kind of what is the opportunity in Finland, if you summarize it in one number, what is the challenge and what is the opportunity? We have currently wind and solar projects, renewable electricity projects by developers that are asking for connection inquiries to the national grid, worth of 400 gigawatts. So they are waiting for connection to the grid. Currently, the total capacity of electricity production, so including all nuclear, including all water power, including everything that we have for wind, it's a little over 20 gigawatts. So this is 20 times the power that we currently have in the system. And then if let's think for a moment that we just used electricity to take care of this. So we expand our grid so that they can take this power into the system. We have actually very strong electricity networks. So Fingrid has been doing a tremendously good job creating a strong grid, and they've been highly innovative in driving forward. But the best year they have been able to connect something like a 3 gigawatt worth of additional capacity. So if we continued expanding this way, just using electricity, it would take 100 years to build out that opportunity pipeline. So it's obvious that we have to do something differently here. And the difference is that now we are introducing hydrogen as an energy carrier in the system alongside with electricity. And in fact, now our national TSO for gases, Gas Grid Finland, they have been tasked with building out national hydrogen infrastructure by 2030 already. So it's in actually a rapid expansion phase right as we speak. And then when you take into account that one hydrogen pipeline can carry the same amount of energy as you would have in 10 to 15 parallel 400 kilovolt high voltage power lines. This opens up kind of an opportunity for you that you can now very much more rapidly scale the connections. So you would produce kind of hydrogen close to where you have the renewables generation. And then if you need to transport energy, so for instance, we need to take the, we need hydrogen where we have the biogenic CO2 to produce methanol, for instance. We can use hydrogen as an energy carrier to take it there. But essentially it becomes a totally new system. And in order to make that system work, we need the technologies that actually allow us to balance that. And that's the role of this development program. So we bring together these infrastructure developers, the project developers, as well as the technology companies that then develop the novel solutions. And we have identified the roadmap for competitive hydrogen. The target is to make this commercially viable without subsidies. So it should work without having to ask for taxpayer money to make it viable. And now the key lies in that hydrogen can offer systems level services that then, when they are monetized in the right markets, can help us on one hand balance this balance the volatility that renewables will, based on their nature, inherently have. And then on the other hand, when you do that balancing, you get remunerated for those services that you do. And then by doing so, then if you calculate it to levelized cost of hydrogen, you can reach a situation where this overall system, through these flexibilities, actually is commercially viable. So this is ongoing in Finland, and if some of you now get interested in building collaboration, you can be in touch with us, and we would be happy to explore collaboration opportunities. As a side note, for instance, a grid operator out of Portugal is already part of our ecosystem here, and then we want to take it forward in such a way that in this Baltic Sea region we would build very strong collaboration among the parties. So that's the summary. This is what's going on in Finland, and at this point I think we can move over to talk about a little bit broader. So how could we take the learnings we have from each of the countries, each of the regions, and combine it to something where we can then really show the Baltic Sea way for Europe, how we build secure and prosperous system. So with that, this is the first stage. Thank you for your interest.
Thank you, Simo. I will ask you to take our hot seat right now, the moderator seat. So as you can see, Simo will stay with us and moderate the next panel, Yes to Baltic Hydrogen. And with that, I would like to invite our speakers. First, we have Kasper Sliepinch. He's the Renewable Energy Cluster Developer at Ventspils Freeport Authority. Then I'd like to ask Margus Wilkman, CCO of Port of Tallinn. Joining us will be Jakob Pedersen. He's the Chief Commercial Manager at Energinet. Please welcome Tor Arne Pedersen, CEO of Clean Industrial Solutions. And last but not least, we have our Windworks dinosaur, Ivar Starikos, who's the Latvian Hydrogen Association board member and board member of Hydrogen Europe. Thank you.
Okay, it's an all male panel here.
And very blue.
We have coordinated even the coats here. So happy to see that. I thought that we could discuss kind of like I said, let's try to explore this little bit, kind of how could we take the things forward together in the Baltic Sea region, and there I think we could look at it from that angle that I think we have already kind of a decent starting point. So I would like you to elaborate a little bit what you have already done in your perspective, respective cases. But then I think we should identify that what are the things that are still missing. And then in order to kind of make this thing fly, talking is not enough, we have to do something. So what are the things that we, from our respective points, would want to do next going forward? And so with that in mind, kind of if you could reflect going forward, I would like to start with Jakob. Now looking kind of from a TSO's point of view and taking the learnings from Denmark, who has been kind of a little bit ahead of the curve developing the renewables. And so what are kind of the learnings that one can take there? And then I would like you to discuss kind of this chicken and the egg problem that we have right now. We talk about kind of great opportunities. We talk about opportunity like I presented there, that hydrogen can offer us in balancing the energy system, but we don't yet have it. So how do we in this startups environment now, how can a TSO help kickstart this development?
Yeah, it's a little tricky because we have a very specific mandate as a TSO. So that limits our ability to really support the market. I mean, we are regulated business. We have a revenue cap regulation. If you look at our capital structure, we have very little equity. So we cannot do any sort of risky investment. That's not our business. But having said that, we need to do something to get things moving. And so basically we have to support H2 developers because they are, in our discussions with them, we sense that they are very challenged. I mean, they have lots of uncertainties in terms of technology, in terms of, the components they need to build their facilities. Are they available? At what price can they buy them? Will there be a market in the future? What's the market price? Will there be some subsidies or anything like that to support the market? So there are lots of uncertainties. So basically, what we face is this common chicken and egg dilemma because, H2 developers will not invest unless they know for sure that the infrastructure will be in place. On the other hand, we will not do our investment as a TSO unless we know for sure that there is a demand for this infrastructure. So we are a bit stuck, I would say. But we have, I would say, come to some solutions, and I can present a few elements that I believe really help the case going forward. And one being to define a very efficient open season process. And when I say open season, it's basically relates to the fact that we have some initial capacity sales. Obviously, we need to have this, let's say, investment signal that H2 developers are happy to book certain amount of capacity in order for us to move forward. And we have then basically had dialogue with the H2 developers, and they say we need to be in a position in which we can book capacity single-handed and then trigger the investment. They do not want this project-on-project risk. That's something that they really want to avoid. So we have now landed at 400 megawatts. That's the booking requirement. If we receive bookings of 400 or even more, we will then move forward. So that's the first thing. And then I think definitely also you need to design like a tariff methodology or pricing structure that is attractive. And what we have done, I will try and keep it short, but basically what we have done is to apply this concept of intertemporal cost allocation. So we basically, what that means, it's a bit heavy, but it has to do with EU regulation. But what that means is that we are happy to offer our services, our transport services, at a relatively low price in the startup period, in the beginning, assuming that once the market ramps up, we will then recover our investment. So that's also a key element. And then lastly, I would say, yeah, unfortunately, we had to ask for taxpayers' money because looking at the willingness of the, let's say, H2 developers to pay, we have come to the conclusion that we need a certain level of state subsidy in order to keep the tariff at a low level for a 30-year period, to have this stable tariff development. So those are the three elements I think that we as a TSO can offer in order to move this development forward.
Thank you. Sounds similar to what Germany is doing with their infrastructure amortization.
Exactly. Yes.
Accounts, for instance.
They apply the same principle to their amortization account, and even we do that. I mean, of course, that lowers the initial tariff, but as I said, unfortunately, we have to lower it even further, and we do that by well, the state has basically offered to supply up to 1 billion euros of state subsidy to keep the tariff low for a 30-year period.
I would like to bring now the developer to the table. So, Tor Arne, if looking kind of from that point of view, you are now in Liepāja, and would like to hear from you what made you land there. So why is that a good place? But then could you reflect kind of, would you buy now Jakob's offer? So if you had those type of things available, would that make the life easier?
Well, the main reason for us to establish in Liepāja is, of course, that Liepāja is the place or the city where the wind is born. That's, of course, a joke. But we have done a lot of survey in Norway, in Sweden, and the Baltics to find, what can I say, the place which is perfect for hydrogen production. And in Norway, there is a lot of challenges when it comes to power grid, because the capacity is totally lacking. There's the same situation more or less in Sweden. And then we discovered that the Baltic States actually have a huge opportunity, a huge potential for hydrogen production together with Finland. And the reason for that is you have a huge capacity in the power grid. It's a lot of free capacity. There is a lot of renewable energy project under development. In Latvia, it's more than 10 gigawatt. Not all of this will be built, but in that case, if a lot of this will be built, then it will also reflect the market price, absolutely, which we have seen particularly in Denmark, where when it's really blowing, the energy prices is actually negative. But of course, wind power investors will not survive without a decent energy price. So we also looked at, okay, we have the resources which is available, which means energy. The grid capacity is really good in Liepāja. We was first talking about 500 megawatt, but then we actually increased the capacity on the request to AST, and now we have a capacity available for 1,000 megawatt. So grid capacity is, of course, also extremely important resource for this. And we have a municipality which is quite positive for the project. And more or less all other necessary infrastructure is in place, which is quite interesting and quite important. So from the beginning, the project was actually made for, what can I say, a standalone project. The idea was actually to produce green ammonia as a hydrogen derivative. But after we have started the development of project, then suddenly there was a local customer which needed hydrogen. And then we have started this cooperation, and Norsaf will produce SAF, which is aviation fuel. So we have actually secured the entire value chain, which is extremely important. So in that case, we actually don't need a gas pipeline system at the moment for the, what can I say, the first phase of the project. The first phase of the project is, what can I say, only 200 megawatt. But 200 megawatt is quite a big hydrogen project in any case. But in the next step, I really hope that there will be some sort of infrastructure available
so that we can actually export hydrogen to either to Germany or to even to Finland or the other way, or actually import as well. So infrastructure is absolutely extremely important, not only hydrogen pipeline, but if you look 5 to 10 years ahead, the government of Latvia needs to increase the capacity in the power grid. It's an extremely necessity to do that. And that's really important to think about that. Another thing which is quite interesting in Latvia today is that today it's building 2.2 gigawatt with new renewable energy. It's 1.4 gigawatt with solar power and 0.8 gigawatt with wind power, which absolutely will influence the market and the market conditions. And that's, of course, quite positive. But the best thing with that is that the definition of the grid. In Norway, we have a green grid. It's totally renewable. In Sweden, they have a green grid. In Finland, they have a green grid. And that's it. That's actually the only countries in Europe which has a green grid. In 2028, Latvia will have a green grid, which means that you can actually take out energy from the grid whenever you want. It's defined as green. And that's a huge, huge, huge competitive advantage for Latvia. So building grid and make it green, it will be great.
Very, very well summarized. So at this point, if anybody in the audience wants to ask a question, please put that in the Slido and I get it here. But so far, I don't see any comments from the audience. So let's expand now the discussion towards the ports. And if we're looking at now port of Tallinn and Margus, if you kind of hear this development now going on, and then there would be now hydrogen pipeline connecting potentially Finland and Estonia, and then extending all the way through the Baltic States. And then at the same time, we do have actually some of the busiest ports are for instance, now Tallinn and Helsinki for the commute. What are your reflections on all this?
Yes. First of all, I want to give you some numbers. That's the IMO, the International Maritime Organization, has evaluated that the whole bunkering markets for the ships is about 300 million tons annually. And currently only 5% of that is renewables. So the rest creates 3% of the whole CO2 emission of the world. And you were talking about this chicken and egg thing, but if you look at the maritime thing, there is no chicken and egg. The shipping lines have already made the move. In 2020, there was 16 new ships that were powered by methanol in order book. Now there are 240. If we look at the whole order book of the ships, then 75% are still carbon fuels, but 25 already is carbon neutral. Of course, in there is also electricity, but a lot of that is already methanol, and ammonia is also coming. So in Port of Tallinn also we have a container ship, actually two of them, Express Feeder, that is connecting us with the European ports, and they use only methanol. Unfortunately, at the moment, it's grey methanol. It's not a green one. But we have few projects now in Estonia going on, and I see a big potential for the all Baltics here to even not export this hydrogen, but create ammonia or methanol out of that to derivate, especially like you showed that we have forestry that gives this green CO2, and we can create the methanol out of that. So there is a big chance, and even the shipping lines would probably try to convert or send more ships, more cargo into these ports where the green fuels are available.
I actually put some numbers there. Finnish pulp and paper industry, actually, they say that they'll products are pulp and paper, but actually the largest product in tonnage is biogenic CO2. And just put it in perspective, in Finland, 28 million tons per annum coming out of our forest industry, biogenic CO2. Okay, carbon neutral because it's biogenic, but then if you captured that and then used hydrogen to produce, for instance, methanol, and then use that as fuel, we could, with that biogenic carbon, we could replace all the fossil fuel imports that we have, 9 billion worth of per annum to Finland, and then we could actually get the surplus of 9 billion as exports. So just to put it in perspective, that's the size of the opportunity that's there, and in this region we do have that.
And if I can comment one more, you know, all the Baltic states, we have been a big gateway for the fossil fuels, mostly coming from Russia, which is not happening anymore. And we have the infrastructure there. So the hydrogen needs a new infrastructure. Ammonia also needs a new infrastructure. But methanol, actually, the existing infrastructure can be diversified very, very quickly so that it is usable as a methanol infrastructure. So actually, everything is there. We just need to do it. And I would say the main problem that we have is high energy price and the energy price that fluctuates a lot. And maybe I'm not telling about all the Baltic countries, but at least in Estonia, we don't have a clear energy policy for 10, 20, 30 years. If this would be there, I think the investments would come and there would be much more projects in hydrogen and derivatives.
Kaspar, so looking kind of from your point of view, how could we develop now the ports and these kind of integrated value chains so that they become energy hubs?
Yes, maybe I can first reflect a little bit on the Ventspils side. It was completely correctly mentioned that we have this heritage, you know, thing from during the Russian occupation when the huge transit bases were built. And Ventspils has 1.6 million cubic meters of the storage capacity of fossil one. I think that's by far the largest storage in the Baltics, even comparing with the Russian ports, maybe just fading in a Gulf of Finland ports in Russia. Then, yeah, but this is a history, this is a knowledge which we have already for handling and transshipping those products. And this is like, look from the perspective side, what is available, what we can do. Then we look also around the development of the renewable energy around the port in direct vicinity. Currently we have 87 megawatts, quite a small number of the wind energy, just in a direct vicinity of the port. We have close to 400 megawatts under the project development already, under the permitting, and furthermore 1.5 gigawatts in the vicinity of the port in Ventspils region under the impact environment assessment. So this gives quite a large onshore opportunities already to generate energy and to use it within the, close distance from the port. And then you have also the Elvin project, which I think is well showcased here already, and that will give you another, 1 + 1 gigawatt of the offshore wind energy. And this is a huge amount for the country, and this is a way how we can turn it into the renewable fuels. We also have the first project announced last year, Ventspils Gain for ammonia production. Ventspils is fortunate to have also the ammonia transshipment terminal, which used to transship, the Russian region fossil ammonia, but the capacities are large, and 1.5 million tons per year. And if you're looking at announced plans to develop the ammonia plant, which is 500,000 tons per year, that suits perfectly for this endeavor. So, and then we also look into other flows, where we are, quite in a good discussion point for the CO2 transport and exporting, competing with project maybe in announced projects in Liepāja and in Klaipėda, And that would provide us also the huge base if we would be able to work with already the captured CO2 from the cement production process. And this is really huge. We're talking about 750,000 tons per annum, stable, flow. And we are well connected with this. We have a good opportunity to connect to these things. So this will also open the new value chain for those carbon-based renewable energy alternative fuels. So ammonia plus CO2 will create good opportunity. And then we could also look a bit wider. We can also consider that maybe the ammonia and the methanol is good building blocks for something which we highly need nowadays. And I'm talking about the military industry, about the defense. This is a building block of RDX, of the explosives, which is used in ammunition. And we need to have also that safe sustainability in the Baltic region, so we are able to contribute our defense capacities within the NATO or within the local context. So, and this is a good way where we can build a large-scale chemical, renewable energy, renewable fuel hubs, which is serving the both needs. And just to continue with this alternative fuel for the maritime, I'm also happy to note that we are in a good consortium with Port of Tallinn, Port of Klaipėda, Port of Hamburg, and other ports, Interreg Baltic Sea Region project, which develops so-called H2 derivatives at Baltic Sea ports. We're modeling the way how we can produce these alternative fuels at what costs, how we can adapt the port infrastructure to export them or import them. And the partners in Western Europe, they are looking more for importing, distributing, using for the bunkering, for supply of the hinterland needs, and we are more like an export-oriented side, how we can produce and supply this need for the maritime industry.
Yeah, I think you raised a very important point, and today it's actually present all the time, and that is the security and resilience aspects that this new system are bringing. And I think in that regard, kind of inherently, when we talk about the renewables, that is already a much more resilient system that the fossil energy system has ever been. But then when you take into account that you can even produce kind of if the need be now ammunition and other defense-related aspects, it adds to that kind of distributed resilient capability that we unfortunately in today's world need to have. But I would like to bring now Ivars into the discussion and looking kind of from an association point of view, what is kind of, if you look at kind of the hydrogen development from the association point of view, and I think it's quite a now like rapidly moving topic. So every morning we wake up and there are new tweets on the X, and you can read kind of where the world is headed. So what are your thoughts about kind of this? How do we balance this kind of dynamics of today's world and then taking things forward concretely?
Maybe I would start to refer to one of your Finnish cluster members' very clear message. It's time to move from PowerPoints to power plants. Mm-hmm. Because, it's nice to have a nice talks, high level. But now also that we have a lot of talks, of course. But I really appreciated that map, what you showed, that what I see the difference, what Finland is doing, you are investigating, calculating, then you're making decision, start to go on. And meaning go on, what I say for us as association is crucial, is to go on to start with small size demos. Don't immediately build big ammonia plants. Start with something smaller. Because by creating smaller ecosystems, small hydrogen power plant, production plant, one or couple of users, yes, they will not be feasible, but at least you start to learn experience. And this is the key, because otherwise you will never get the moving. And only by developing those dots across your map, then comes to the game Gas Grid Finland. They will need to connect the dots. This is the way how you need to anchor all this nice talks to the real stuff. So basically, I'm privileged that we are working with you guys. We are having this hydrogen bus roadshow next month in Helsinki, Tampere, Jyväskylä. By the way, Jyväskylä was not on the map.
Jyväskylä was not on the map, but actually there's going to be there's a famous rally every end of July, and now it's going to be a hydrogen rally.
Yes, and Jyväskylä is the famous, there's the first pizza oven on hydrogen.
Yes.
Even with that. But nevertheless, I see that connecting of the dots, but with, I would say, pragmatical approach. We need to, basically, there is a lot of case studies. One thing is that we have a nice paperwork on the paper table report. There is a lot of them. And we can say that even today, buses can be feasible, trains can be feasible, airport infrastructure can be feasible in some combinations. And we need to trial them really in life, because without real life experience, it's just talks. And this is maybe also connecting the ports. For me, similarity would be airports. We are also working with Finavia. So, Helsinki, Tallinn Airport, Riga Airport, they are having similar approach. Okay, let's test technology. And then when you will have those hubs, airports, ports, in my opinion, transport nodes like airports and ports will be energy communities which will stimulate the further this big rollout. Because without those, it's not going to work. And we need to have our bumps heated trials. It seems like we are now starting here, finally, the new hydrogen production facility here in Latvia. The bus is already there, truck is there. So, but we need to have those pragmatical tests, what we can then sit down in that group and share. Hey, you know, we did this, it worked out. Nah, but it's because basically TSOs did a great job. You have a basic case studies. You know what means transport in big distances energy, and you are correctly said. Gaseous form transporting energy is the cheapest, and it's a resilience of the system. So.
Yeah, exactly that, and I agree with you that okay, we need to get concrete, and actually the concrete things happen first, like local hydrogen valley type of settings, that you have a couple of parties, like actually what was already here mentioned, that you found in your vicinity, you found an off-taker for your hydrogen, which then adds to kind of these synergies that you get. Very often we have, in Finland, we have a very nice marriage with hydrogen and district heating, because you get kind of the off heat that you get from electrolyzer. There is a monetization in the district heating systems. So these type of things you develop first, but then I think at that point then the TSOs also need to be early on in the discussion, because then the more you then have these connections and you can link them together, the more it becomes actually active market. On the SAF, this sustainable aviation example, I find it quite interesting what Finnair, for instance, is doing in Finland. They are now sponsoring even technology development. So there is a startup company in our H2 Springboard ecosystem who are developing now electrolysis for CO2, so that you can produce syngas out of that 30% more effective than currently existing pathways, which then could open up an opportunity to produce very affordable sustainable aviation or eSAF production. But what you need is this complete value chain. You need to have somebody who buys your sustainable aviation fuel so that you can produce the syngas, so that you can produce hydrogen. And then, of course, that creates the demand for today's discussion, which is the wind power. So the whole chain needs to come together. But you had a comment.
Yes, absolutely. Besides being the CEO of Clean Industrial Solution, I am also the chairman of the board in a company named Varanger Kraft in the very, very north of Norway. We have wind power available, actually most likely the best wind resources in Europe, with a capacity factor of almost 50%. And we also have a hydrogen plant. And we have made a study. It's, of course, a small one. It's only 2.5 megawatt. But the study was actually to produce hydrogen purely based on wind power. And the fluctuation which wind power gives you, which means that we connected only one wind turbine to the electrolyzers. And this project was supported by European Union, and it's actually worked quite well. But that's, of course, depending on which technology you choose when it comes to electrolyzers. So I think also that Latvia should look to other countries, maybe also to Norway, because we have a lot of hydrogen production as today, to learn and to get the experience that you actually which is needed. So I think that's a good idea to have international cooperation and to learn from each other.
Absolutely, and that is actually what we are doing here. And now I see a question actually online coming here, and I don't know to whom it will land, but the question says that what is Latvia's current view of developing underground hydrogen storage for large-scale needs? And that is actually now, of course, going forward when we then have all those gigawatts coming online. At least I can say looking from Finland's side, we will have some rock caverns probably serving, let's say, green steel plant having enough buffer that they can continuously run. But then for longer seasonal storage of hydrogen, we would need some other means, and we don't have kind of a good basis for building those out in Finland. So
maybe I can add a little bit on this one. So we know that it's a gradual process, you know, to going straight to the hydrogen storage is a little bit like maybe the stretch goal for Latvia. Although we have similar to our natural gas underground storage in Inch counts, you know, we have like 16 other locations identified, and actually more like 46 or something, but which are the public are 16. So it's both are in the Kurzem region, in the west part of Latvia, which is also the place for the renewables to take place. But I think it should start also synergetically with CO2 storage. So we know that there is a plan to decarbonize our cement production, right? And the one pathway is to, at the initial stage, to export it, you know, for the storage in the Northern Light project in Norway or elsewhere. But ultimately, you know, the best solution, the cheapest one, most affordable one, 15 times cheaper, would be to store this CO2 locally in our geology. So, and we have a good, very good conditions for that one. I'm talking about 800 meters to 1.2 kilometer depth at a temperature of plus 18 degrees, which is a very good one. It's far from supercritical temperature, which is maybe elsewhere, you know. So this is a good opportunity to start with CO2, and then hydrogen has a good chance to become like to work together with CO2. You have this kind of the cushion gas of CO2, and hydrogen is on top of that. So you can develop these regional hydrogen storage solutions based on experience and knowledge of our gas tiers, so of connectors. But, you know, well, you can collocate it in Inch Council or you can place it elsewhere. Questions about the grid connectivity, you know, in those locations, you know, how well are you connected? Because you will need to have a grid, a dedicated
so
grid.
So would you bring kind of the CO2 via grid?
Exactly, combining both, you know, would be good, good opportunity looking forward. And then, of course, you know, when it comes to this utilization part about converting, actually not storing, not putting the waste into the ground, but turning it into the renewable fuels, that would be even better. But it's in the stages. So for underground storage, I think that should go along, you know, or, well, in parallel with CO2 storage.
Yeah, but
I would comment, we have a bit issue in Latvia, one thing because of the ownership rights. Therefore, we have a very tricky situation that every Latvian, if I belong land plot, then it's still core of the earth. So this puts some difficulties. And I would say pragmatically, we need guys like Gas Grid Finland, because you will be the leading, and you are leading today this 3 big case studies for pipes. So then I would say we need a group of TSOs around the Baltic Sea who clearly can identify, hey guys, we are looking for, I'm just giving a figure from above, I don't know, 300 terawatt hours gaseous storage facility, which need to be investigated. Because one thing is, there is, yes, aquifers identified in Latvia, but they had not geologically surveyed. So this means somebody need to do the real stuff, drill a hole, make some tests, and this is what is missing. And for us as a small country, we haven't existed such industry. So we alone, I do not believe that we can make it. But together, yes. Because then TSOs can say, yes, our, I don't know, portfolio is 20 terawatt hours of gas per year. So we need this. Then this can identify a market which can lead to the real project. Because at the end of the day, it's back to the, as I said, we need to have first trials, really case studies, investigate in depth.
Yeah. I think if you look at hydrogen storages, I think there already were case examples now, for instance, in Sweden, now SSAB, LKAB looking at this rock cavern storage in conjunction with the green steel production. And then there are some public results that have been shared, but of course it is now when a couple of companies look into that, very often you end up in a situation that those are then private results. And in a similar vein, we have now developed in Finland, we have actually publicly funded research being done on this exactly the same topic. But I agree with you that this actually would make sense that if the TSOs would team up on that topic and look at really this infrastructural capability together. I don't know currently if that's the case already.
No, we didn't. Yeah. So maybe quickly can say that we also see that there are 4 studies in Europe already concluded, and 2 of them are focusing on aquifers. And the results are good. The aquifers, at least, which has been studied in this situation, showing the good potential to store the hydrogen with a little degradation. Of course, you're not able to use it. It's not that optimal salt cavern, but it's quite close. And we can also base and team up with those researchers and then replicate. Of course, you still need the physical drilling and everything, but you have already the good preconditions to assume that can be workable.
Yeah. Sorry, just wanted to add on your previous comment about storage, because I think that's really a seasonal storage is really a hot topic, because probably that's the only way that we can really deliver sector coupling, because I think, and maybe you can comment, I think there's still a lot of uncertainty as to how flexible you can operate your electrolyzer plant. I mean, how fast you can ramp up, what is your base load, etc. So I think storage is really key to really make sector coupling.
I could comment a little bit on the technology side. It is very rapidly evolving area right now.
Okay.
So looking kind of traditional wisdom, of course, if you think about kind of how do you operate in process industry, you want to run baseload type of energy usage, and the industry thinking very often with kind of the ones that are the incumbents, they still think that way.
Yeah.
But then if you look at kind of, you go into the technology itself, and that is work we are, for instance, doing now together with the electrolyzer OEMs. There is lots that can be done in how you run these things much more efficient. But then it starts with your mental model first. You have to want to do it.
Because our concern is, I mean, when we talk to let's say the most mature developers, they have this mentality. I mean, they have a huge capex investment, and then they need to run the plant 6,000, 7,000 hours per annum. That's their vision, indeed. Because, I mean, it's probably hard to go to the board and get an approval for the investment if you say, okay, we expect to run this maybe half the year, and the rest is for ancillary services or something like that. Right. So I think that's really a challenge for the industry to understand the value of flexibility.
Yeah, and I think it's not black and white. The thing is, as soon as you have kind of a market that allows you to monetize your flexibility, you can inject that into your Excel as an income, and then it actually changes the thinking. But until that's the case, so if it's just kind of a uncertainty, then of course what then matters are the 8,000 hours continuous running. I would like to conclude by giving a quick round through, and now we were starting with that. Okay, where are we currently? What are the challenges? What are the things that we are now developing? But if you would look at from your point of view, and this is really now really from your organizational point of view, what would be the thing that you now do in order to take this development forward in the next 5 years? So what do you bring to the table, Kaspars?
Yes, I think first of all the keystone is collaboration. To break this chicken and egg thing, with the supply and demand side. And I think the project which we are all together in H2 derivatives at Baltic Sea Port is already a step forward to the solution. How we can turn our potential into the renewable fuels, export it, and start to use it. So this is about connecting the dots. We have the ports who are interested in import, we are ports who are actually interested in export. So this is how we can build.
So you are connecting those?
Yeah, we're trying to connect and to build the resilience and build the value chain. So without offtake, nothing will happen. And this is how we can move a little bit closer and also help our, let's say, producers, our developers, to get there. This is our ultimate goal, to basically help them, enable them to start, to attract investments and start building this one. So,
Margus.
Yeah, I totally agree. And we discussed this, that you have to have the whole value chain. And then there could be, state aid that maybe eliminates the expensivity at first, and then after some time it can be on the market conditions. But answering your question, what we are doing, we are supporting. We are building a new offshore wind quay, which will be the first one in Baltics. We don't have the client on that yet, so we are taking a risk. We are, planting an egg. And hopefully, this helps also the projects in the Baltics to be on the offshore side, so the electricity price will go down. So and finally, we also ask the politicians to have a long view on this.
Yeah, actually showing the way by making an investment before you had a user for it, that actually shows.
Exactly.
Very good.
So we believe that it will come.
So Jakob.
Yep. To be very concrete, I mean, based on the financial framework I explained in the beginning, we are actually in the process of getting our business case approved, a business case involving the construction of a high-pressure pipeline system connecting to Germany. And we expect approval 21st May this year by our board. So that's, hopefully we reach that. And then by next year, we will start selling the capacity together with our German friends, Gas Uni Deutschland. So we will be able to sell a transport route from Denmark into Germany, into, let's say, first of all, the areas in which the demand is currently in the Ruhr district.
Right.
Yeah.
Would you be kind of also having passed through hydrogen, or would it all be originating out of Danish wind power?
Yeah, I mean, Denmark is a bit special in the sense we do not expect real local demand, so it's really an export case coming from wind power and solar to some extent.
Right. Yeah. Right. So Tuurainen.
Yes, thank you. Good question. I love it. To be honest, we have already in place the value chain. It's in place. We have entered into agreements, and we are working together. It's a cooperation. But also, which means that all necessary resources are available for us, which is quite good. But it's also, for us, it's also about how to utilize the resources in a best positive way. We have this cooperation with Liepāja Sustainable Industries Hub, which is a cooperation with a lot of companies in the port of Liepāja and in Liepāja itself. And this cooperation has the idea to create synergies between all the companies to create and to transform into green industries. One example is, of course, that district heating is a huge potential to be our customer. We have had several meetings with the district heating company in Liepāja to utilize heat from the electrolyzers as green energy for district heating. Oxygen as well for purification processes, for combustion processes, for cement industry, whatsoever. So there is a lot of additional income potential which actually make the project more competitive than if you just produce hydrogen. And that is what we're actually looking for at the moment, to make the project most profitable as possible, and even maybe without any support from government or EU. We will see.
I like to hear that. And Ivars now, from your point of view.
First remark, I would be very careful with policymakers. I'm always saying one thing. Don't let policymakers try to choose technology. Policymakers need to be technology neutral. Let's support renewables and technology neutrality. Otherwise, we are going in sometimes wrong direction. But the key conclusion would be that 3 steps. Calculate on the paper, test it, then start to demonstrate, and then roll it out. This is the key. And then this regional collaboration, as I said, I like this saying from P2X colleagues from HERCO. He said, it's time, it's ended. Let's get out from PowerPoints to PowerPoint. So otherwise, we will continue talk and talk and talk. We need those real down on the ground checks, trials. Otherwise, we will never get it.
I think that was very good concluding remarks. We have 5 seconds left on the panel. I would like to thank all the panelists, and I think we heard encouraging talk here, and I believe that when we, in 2 years' time, come back here, we will have a lot more concrete things to show. So thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
A big thank you also from my side. I think despite the fact that you decided to wear matching suits, all of you had very unique and interesting viewpoints, and it was very good to hear your expert opinions. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, yeah. Now we have a short and sweet coffee break. You can go and get your final caffeine kick so that you're energized for the final panel discussions of the day. Up here, we are going to continue with how can other industries benefit from wind energy. And downstairs, we're going to talk about support mechanisms for wind farms. So whichever one you choose, please do come back here or in Hall 1 and be back by 4 p.m. sharp. Thank you. welcome back everyone to Windworks Powering Economies. I hope you got a coffee, your legs are stretched, and you're ready to join the last panel discussions. So here on stage 2, we are going to talk about other industries that can benefit from wind power. And downstairs on stage 1, we are discussing CFDs and other support mechanisms for wind farms. So without any further ado, I would like to invite one more special guest that we have to kickstart this session. Please join me in welcoming His Excellency Paul Brummel, British Ambassador to Latvia.
Magda, thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to be able to open this session. I'm really conscious that we've got a real expert panel and keynote speaker to come, so I won't speak for long, but I did want to be here just to kind of underline, first of all, the UK government's enthusiasm and support for Windworks. We had this morning our HM Trade Commissioner for Europe, Chris Barton. We've brought a delegation of some 7 British companies covering all aspects of the supply chain in the offshore wind industry as a real demonstration of the fact that this is an industry that matters a lot to the UK, and we feel that we have a great opportunity to partner in supporting Latvia in realising your objectives in this sector. And I think it's great that we've got a panel session coming up on how other industries benefit from wind farms, because I think sometimes, particularly in the press, there is a kind of image that is generated in which wind energy is certainly seen as something that is great and important in terms of generating green, renewable energy, in terms of supporting energy security objectives. But I think the kind of wider aspects of the industry are often neglected. And certainly in the UK, where we've got a really strong development of our wind sector, we've seen huge benefits in the wider manufacturing sectors. There's so much technology and manufacturing going into the industry. We've seen plants like Siemens Gamesa in Hull really helping to revitalise and support local economies. A big tech and R&D benefit we're seeing with our rapid growth of offshore wind in the UK. We're seeing huge benefits to sectors like marine tech and robotics, where the industry is driving innovation, it's driving research. And I think you can even look at this in the sense of the impact of the wind energy in a kind of local and communities context, because so often wind is looked at in the sense of a kind of NIMBY issue, that people kind of like the generation of electricity, but the negativity towards turbines within local areas. But actually, if you look at the way in which the wind sector can kind of coexist in a mutually supportive way with agriculture, for example, the advantages are really strong, giving farmers, giving landowners a kind of secure support source of funding around which agricultural business can kind of develop in a more safe and secure way. And I think there's a great example here in Latvia of one of these hookups with the development of the relationship between Latvenergo and Latvian state forests. And I think there's a lot of interest in how that will develop going forward. And even tourism, wind farms so often looked at as a kind of negative factor on the landscape, and yet if you go to Brighton, the visitor centre for the Rampion offshore wind farm is itself a great tourist attraction in its own right, with lots of enthusiastic visitors. So I'm really looking forward to this session. As I say, the UK is absolutely delighted to partner with organisers of Windworks. We're really enthusiastic about the future relationship between the UK, Latvia, Lithuania and Estonia as you continue to develop your wind sectors. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. So, we have saved the best for last. Our entire conference is called Windworks, Powering Economy. So it only makes sense that we have an entire panel dedicated to discussing the other industries that wind farms help and the economy that grows around them. To give us an introduction into this and an insight into what's happening, I would like to present our final speaker, our final keynote speaker, Baia Zaure. She's the country manager for Winder. We are going to meet her first digitally in a video, and then she'll give us her keynote presentation. Thank you.
In a world reshaped by geopolitical shifts and the need for a sustainable, decarbonized future, the energy landscape is undergoing a profound transformation. Fast-growing Winder is at the forefront of this energy revolution.
Latvia has set ambitious targets for renewable energy capacity. After the 5 or 10 years, the most energy will be produced from the renewable energy producers in Latvia. I see that wind could be one of the main players in Latvia and in Scandinavia and Baltics.
As a leading force in the renewable energy sector, Winder is committed to playing a long-term role in the transition towards a sustainable, decarbonized future.
I'm caring about my country. I want to change the mindset of people, and I want to do it right now. Wind is already the path breaker when it comes to the developing of the onshore wind and solar power, and we're looking forward to becoming a significant part of energy solution in Latvia. Good evening. Good evening, colleagues from renewable energy, business. Good evening, representatives of ministries and state authorities. Good evening, everybody who is watching us online and still are here for this last, but not least, keynote. So I'm happy to be here to speak about the industry development around the wind farms. We are happy to be also the sponsors of this great event on sharing our knowledge. The first one, before we will start to speak about the industries which will benefit of the renewable energy business, we need to know why it can happen and why we need to develop renewable energy right now. There are 4 arguments why it should be done right now, and we can't wait. Firstly, we need to ensure energy independence. Independence from other countries, it's really, really important right now. Secondly, our country has set ambitious European Union climate targets, and we all know that we need to reach them. The time is ticking, and we can't wait. We need to act right now. Additionally, there's a sweet spot right now for renewable energy business development, because we can see how the technologies are increasing and developing, and we need to use them. And the last one, but not least, it's all about the economic growth. Economic growth is really, really critical in Latvia. Why? We can see in further slides. If we want to secure the clean and prospective future, we need to act, and act right now. At Winder, we firmly believe that doubling our energy capacity is the key to driving the real GDP growth. And if we will not be able to use all the energy in-house in Latvia, we always will be able to export it. Here's the simple truth, as you can see. Wealthy countries are the countries which are energy extensive ones. Energy and well-being go hand to hand. Thus, we really need to think about it, and we really need to doubling our energy capacity in Latvia. But how to do it? On a map, we can see where we stand, and we need to get up. But how? We can look on oil, but oil is outdated. It's definitely not green. Better don't use it. We could think about LNG, but again, are we ready to rely on imports? Maybe even from Russia? I would say no. Hydro, really popular one in Latvia, but be honest, this is maximized and there's no more potential on it. We can use it, we will do it, but no more. Nuclear. Time to time we hear all around that yes, it's the way where we should to go, but the truth is a little bit different. Nuclear is slow and too expensive for Latvia. So, what's left? There's only two things left, wind and solar. The clean, fast and scalable, and exactly what we need. And if we are speaking about the wind and solar, Windr come on the stage. Windr was founded in 2019 with a vision to develop wind power projects close to consumption. In 2023, our main investor came in. InfraVia Capital Partners started to invest in this company, and also with the goal to increase capacity in Norway, Scandinavia, and Baltics. We are now active in 4 countries: Norway, Sweden, Estonia, and Latvia. Our most business is about onshore wind and solar, and of course, hybrid energy projects. Our main goal and main persons are everything for us. Our employees, a unique technique what we are using is the one who empowering Windr. And of course, we are not looking only what to do today. We are looking long term. We have long-term focus, 2030 and beyond. And we are really the ones who are starting the projects and who will be executing them until the end, until it will be operating. But it's not only about economic growth, but also about creating new supply chain opportunities. And it's the main topic of these keynotes today. Here's our perspective on how the supply chains might benefit from wind parks. There's one really large benefit. Wind farms give long and predictable project life cycles, and it's really valuable for all the business and supply chains around renewable energy. The companies who ensure this all supply chains for renewable energy companies can take this advantage for supply chain and grow their business. They can realize that we will be here for not 5 years or 10, we will be here for 25 or even more. But it's not only about the supply chain supporting the renewable energy companies. At Windr, we are looking at the supply chain not only in this point of view. We are looking wider. All companies who needs more energy power to act, to make their business, can make this all happen more and more, larger and larger around the renewable energy companies. Very soon, traditional and new industries will require more. As we can see, the traditional companies who need a lot of energy to produce their products are looking best place where to stay. And if we are looking on Scandinavia example, we see they are staying next to renewable energy companies. For example, steel production companies or green ammonia companies. They are all next to renewable energy companies. And on another hand, we have the new industries. For example, data centers, AI companies, and some other ones. They all need a lot of power to act. And not only the power, they need green power. Thus, they are looking forward to build their companies next to renewable energy companies. Clear trend, what we can see, is that the tech giants, such like Google, Amazon, Meta, are looking in the renewable supply through massive power purchase agreements. They see this huge opportunity, and all of them are trying to get the best place where to land. At Wind, we think we are entering in a new era, one defined by deglobalization, economic nationalism, and regionalization. There's no one who is speaking anymore about global chains, supply chains. Everybody wants to make it more closer to their country. Why? Let's have a look. If we are speaking about global supply chain, where we can get something from Russia, at this moment it's no-go. We will not do it. About USA, until now, right? Quite okay. But if we are looking what's going on, we see that USA is isolating itself. We don't want to rely on them. China, of course, everybody will say, China, there's no problem. They will do whatever they want, we want. There will not be a problem. But the question is, do we want to trust them? So, where we land in Europe. Europe needs to ensure our supply chains. And if you had to choose where in Europe to put your energy extension business, why would it be in Baltics? That's the question. And here comes the answer. To attract investments, there are two things that we definitely need: political stability and predictability. Investors, they are not coming in whatever country, which name is nice. They're really looking forward for these two words, predictability and stability. To ensure it, we really need clear strategy that our goal is to raise GDP by increasing energy production capacity. We need clear, specific renewable energy targets that we all can agree on, and trustworthy roadmap to reach it. Any investor who will come will ask you, okay, do you have strategy? Do you have goal? And do you know how to reach it? How to get to this goal? And only then, when all these three main points will be reached, it will happen. So, we call for all who are present to continue demanding predictability and stability from policymakers. At Wind, we believe that doubling energy production is the way for the Baltics to increase the GDP. Renewables and industries around it are the way to do it. So we encourage everyone to think wider and to act more ambitious. Thank you.
Thank you, Baiba. Please don't leave the stage. Take a seat on one of the chairs, as you will be joining us in the panel. And I would actually also like to take this opportunity to congratulate you on the recent appointment as country manager for Wind Latvia.
Thank you.
So now we got an insight into how Winder is working with supply chains and why it's important. I would like to invite the other panelists on stage. So we'll start with Kaspars Roškalns, CEO of UPB NAMS. I'd like to invite Matis Sīviņš, Regional Director at Faserbrake Coatings. Please welcome Ani Hartikainen, Association of the Estonian Maritime Industry. Frank Emil Moen, CEO and Managing Partner of Energy Innovation. The last speaker, Alexei Smalinovskis, Director at Novikontas Training Center. And our moderator for the panel, Tiina Maria Araja, Maritime Autonomy and Business Research Center. Welcome.
Hello, good afternoon, and welcome to our panel discussion. This is really exciting for me. I think I have wanted to do this for a few years already. And I've been talking to people and everybody thinks that it's a good idea. And finally, we are here. We have a great panel today. I have a clock here that says we have 44 minutes. So we'll get to it. But before it, I will do a little call to action. We don't want just to talk. I'm very much about also doing it, putting the words to actions. So there will appear a QR code, and if you are a Baltic company interested one day to be on this panel, please look at the QR code and register yourself. We'll get in contact with you and see how you can be part of the supply chain and a future panelist on this exciting panel topic. So, to my panel. There is onshore wind, there is offshore wind, and we'll talk about both today. We'll start with onshore, and first question is about already established sectors. And Kaspars, may I ask that how are the established companies like UPB part of the wind energy sector? Your experience?
Yeah, first of all, obviously, to be in the last panel, it's always a pleasure because if there's some people in the room that they really care about that.
Absolutely.
So it means that they're going to listen. But if we get to the stable industries, let's say so. We saw already on the Bible's presentation that there's a correlation between the consumption of the energy and the wealth of society. And how does it happen? It happens mostly because the big manufacturing, data centers, etc., goes where they have a stable access to the energy. Because for any investment, you have to have the stable access to the energy. During the last maybe 15 years, more or less, we have talked, and now from talking already into action, to create not only sustainable energy, but also to make it green. Mm-hmm. So that is definitely, let's say, the whole wide benefit for exporters, not only UPV, but a lot of exporters, that we see that if there is going to be sustainable green energy, that we will be able to produce, let's say, precast concrete, glazed facades, etc., that we export to most of the Scandinavia, UK, etc., then obviously that will increase our competitive advantage because CO2 will matter, and we have to provide the EPC certificates for every panel that we create, how much CO2 we created on that. And energy is definitely a part of, and a quite big part of energy consumption, the type of the energy that we use. So even if you're not a company directly related to the renewables, you still will benefit from the energy accessibility in the Baltics. That's definitely a plus. And then if we go For the next more connected to exactly to the onshore phase, then I would say as a UPB, one side is a construction company. So obviously in a construction business, it's always bad. Because either there's no work to be done, and so it's very bad, or it's too much work, and it should be, so it's also, again, very bad. It's never good. But realistically, if you see that, say, there is market for the apartments or offices, etc., and you see that the demand there, because of the high tariffs and taxes and the bank costs, Euribor is high, the demand is low, so everybody looks at, okay, now it's the bad times. But then you can see, okay, there's different type of the industry who does not go through the same cycle, who has different cycles, so you can actually switch from the one construction to the another construction if you have obviously technical experience, people, etc. But that is a very direct benefit that you can see, okay, apartments last year not that good, so but energy sector very good, and then you can switch in that and somehow get out of this vicious cycle that it's either boom in the market and you have no resources, or it's market crash and nobody needs anything. So and this is, I would say, for the construction sector is something that is very promising for the future multiple years on onshore and later on then also on offshore.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And before we go forward, I'd like to ask you a follow-up question that what are you getting involved in exactly in the onshore wind business?
Yeah, we do design and build mostly, so it is design of the substations, construction substations, design of the cables, design of foundations and building the cables and all of that. So obviously design and build the concept in Latvia is relatively new in general. It's not totally new, but it's relatively new because it always has been design, bid and build. But it's maybe not the best concept from the perspective from the customer's perspective actually, because you have a designer, then you have the construction company, and it's always like construction company says, hey, there's an error in design, it's gonna cost extra, and designers say, oh, you didn't tell me exactly, so it's not my fault, and then the customer gets squeezed, and then it's like you renovate your apartment. When your handyman comes and does something, oh, we need to change everything. This is not going to work. So, so to avoid the situation, one agreement actually where it's design and build. So if we made a mistake in design, we have to fix it during the construction. So it's one responsibility. So therefore, from the speed and customer safety perspective, I would say this is a better concept. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And so from foundations, we'll climb up a little bit to the blades. And Matis, please introduce your company and how the chemical industry is part of wind.
Yes, thank you. We're up to blades, and it's very important that we think about the full life cycle of the turbine. And phase break coatings, although we are a very niche company, manufacturing materials for wind turbine blades in cold climates, I think it's important to take into consideration the full scale of the service side of the turbine blades, right? Because once the turbine is built, we hope that it will be profitable and it will be working as it should throughout its life cycle, right? So we see a lot of sites with 20 plus more years that are still profitable. And that's where we come into play. Our materials, protective coatings are used both in the manufacturing of the blades and also for already erected turbines. Yes, just to understand the scale, let's say for one of our partners, this quarter alone, they will be supplying products for 4,000 turbine blade repairs. So the turbine blade undergoes extreme severe weather conditions. Erosion is inevitable, so it's crucial for now for chemical companies, both large and small, to continuously develop more durable and efficient materials for turbine blades so that they continue to be profitable. We see that on the newer turbines, the manufacturer a lot of times is reliable for the service under the warranty. But we see that the service side of turbine maintenance is also boosting the Latvian economy thanks to Aerons, who is revolutionizing the maintenance of the wind turbines by doing it predictive. And also our materials are applied using their robots up tower. So yeah, although it's, like I mentioned, it's a niche thing, there still are more than 1,500 turbines that undergo icing problems in both Latvia and north, and even in some higher elevations in France and so on. So that's what we do. We have a really good geographical position in Riga to distribute our products efficiently to wind sites. And yes, ultimately, somebody also has to apply it. There are people involved in service. There's also labor involved, people. We are seeing first technical blade experts coming from Latvia now. The Global Blade Expert Service Group had a meeting last week in Riga, which I think is a huge success. So although, yeah, we are manufacturing chemicals, I think we are on a very good path to have a local resource to maintain our turbines properly throughout its life cycle so that our farms here can be managed efficiently and are profitable throughout with implementing different chemicals and maintenance procedures.
Great to hear. Loads of opportunities already from the first two panelists. We'll go forward to offshore as well and look at what opportunities offshore wind can bring. And as there was a panel discussion earlier about the Baltic offshore and how that is developing, so in parallel to the developments, there is also going on port development, and ports are seeing opportunities for them. And Anni, Estonian Maritime Industry Association, led an Estonian-Latvian study on harbors. Please tell us about it.
I maybe start a little bit from further history. Our association is, our members are mainly marine industry companies, shipbuilders, boat builders, marine technology developers, naval architecture bureaus. And at one point we noticed that we have quite many harbors and marinas infiltered to our members list because apparently we had some common interests. And we have welcomed them as marine industry sees harbors as one of the main facilitators of marine industry, startups, etc. And when then in about 2-3 years ago, where superfishes are of offshore wind areas were emerging, then suddenly you look at the map and you see that, wow, we shall have some kind of new business going on in Gulf of Riga now. We have never had it. We had only boats sailing here, but now we have suddenly an offshore industry wants to emerge. So we wondered, are there any opportunities for marine industry? And the next thing, we noticed that the discussions started about port developments, mainly construction ports. There are basically 3 ports that can be considered near our region in Estonia and Latvia: Paldiski, Ventspils, Liepaja. So this was, at first it seemed very attractive, but then we learned that, oh, this is a big harbor that will be built up, that used for 4 or 5 years and then left totally for 30 years. We don't want to have it here. You don't want to see it in small places and small communities. But there are also offshore and maintenance harbors, and that is quite attractive. So, and then the fatal thought appeared that maybe Latvians think so too. what if they are planning their investments right now? Because it was obvious that at least some of Estonian marine area planned offshore wind farms were perfectly manageable from Latvian harbors. So we must cooperate. And then opportunity came and we wrote a project proposal to Interreg Estonian-Latvian program. Also, it was co-funded by Saaremaa municipality. And now the project is ongoing. And last year we formed a survey because the ground survey for harbors development and the questions that we were interested in were what are actually the likely places that will be attractive for offshore wind farm operators? Actually, really, what are the terms that they expect? What is the ideal harbor for them? Do we have any such harbors nearby? What kind of investments would be needed to upgrade them? Then we wanted to know, will this kind of emergence of new business somehow destroy established businesses like marine tourism, fisheries? Will the functionality of the harbors change? And third, can we cooperate somehow with Latvia? So yes, now the survey is ready. It is public, and everybody can read it if you can find it. It's not very widely published or advertised. We don't have funds for that. But yeah, we are now quite pleased, and 3 municipalities are using actually this survey to now to form their own local government level harbor development plans. These are Saaremaa, Hiiumaa, and Baltic Sea Region in Latvia.
Thank you. Really interesting, right? I hope that if you get some ideas or questions, you use the Slido, and please, it will come to my pad here, and I can ask those your questions and put it to the panel as well. Please use that opportunity. And now I'm really happy to welcome Frank from Norway. Welcome to Riga. Great to see you here. We spoke before, and I learned that you have a lot of experience in this world. Please share the Norway's and your experience with us.
Yeah, for the offshore wind, I guess. Thank you very much for having me. We are a delegation from Norway here through Norwegian Energy Partners. So we visit Helsinki on Tuesday, and we were in Tallinn yesterday and Riga today. So it's great to meet both officials from the embassies and also businesses and discuss the possibilities that are in the Baltics and the Nordics for developing offshore wind. The Norwegian experience in renewable energy, you are quite familiar with that already. We have a lot of hydropower, clean, cheap hydropower that has actually built the industry in Norway from the beginning of the 20th century, actually. So, of course, then we found oil in the late 60s. We are a shipping and maritime nation from fisheries. And of course, having offshore wind coming in as a possibility for the Norwegian industry is very, very good at the moment, because we need a transition from oil and gas. We need to activate all of these expertise that are in these businesses in the oil and gas sector into a new sector when actually oil and gas is going to decline the next decades. And of course, we don't have a lot of offshore wind yet in Norway, but just one example of how Norwegian companies have been able to catch projects outside Norway due to their competence in oil and gas in the maritime sector. In 2022, the export value for Norwegian companies to offshore wind was 2 billion euros. In 2023, it was 4 billion euros. in 2024, we don't have the numbers, but it looks like around 7 billion euros. And what are they doing? Well, they are building ships and exporting ships for the offshore wind business globally. And they are building substations for offshore wind farms. And a lot of companies, also together with us here, are serving operation maintenance tasks in wind farms in other countries. So what we see the perspective in Norway is both serving and collaborating internationally, and of course developing the 30 gigawatt of offshore wind that the government has stated that Norway will have developed by 2050 or ready for 2040. I don't think that will happen because we are already a little bit behind the schedule. One example, we have been mapping the need of people and what kind of people is needed in the full project life of an offshore wind farm from the cradle to the grave. A 1.5 gigawatt reference wind farm, that is 100 turbines of 15 megawatt each. If you have that floating, one turbine have a floater, a floater that is the size of a drilling platform. And imagine if you're going to build 100 drilling platforms, you need harbor facilities, you need storage capacity, you need all the workers that are building these platforms. The turbines will come from other countries, not built in Norway. Probably the part of the foundations will be built other places, like, for example, the substations that are being topside installed in Norway, but they are built in South Korea or in Asia and towed to Norway, and the topside is done in Norway. So this is a huge international collaboration to actually be able to run these projects. As the reference projects, 1.5 gigawatt, requires approximately 20,000 full-time employee man-years. That's a 1.5 gigawatt. Of course, 40% of that is connected to the assembly and construction phase and installation phase. But then you have the long tail with the 25 to 35 years of operation maintenance. And of course, that competence is connected partly for the seafarers that you are educating, because 24% of the people working in an offshore wind farm is seafarers, actually. That's correct. So it's a huge number of people. But you need all kinds of people in the different phases. But my guess is that for the Baltic countries, the main focus will be on getting the competence of the people that are operating and maintaining the long phase of this. You really need to train a lot of people because the demand of people, of technicians in this market is growing so fast. In Europe, only the next 5 years, the number of people, new people needed in the wind industry in Europe is around 200,000 in total. And there is a struggle today to actually get the technicians. They could choose, the experienced technicians, they could choose which company they go to. They go to the companies with the best SOEs, the best lugars, and the highest salaries. So what we really need to do, both of us, because we run a training and education center as well, is to educate much more people for the turbine-specific tasks, especially.
Indeed. Thank you so much. And that leads us to Novi Kontas perfectly. It was a year ago I came to Windworks, and I met a colleague of Alexei's, and he said, "Let's go, I will show you." And somehow off I went in Riga. You have a wonderful training center. They are super open. Anybody who would like, I'm sure they would welcome you to visit them. Novicontas, please tell us, what do
Hello,
you do?
good day. Thank you, Tina. Yes, in the first Novicontas, it's 20 years old company, education and training company. First, we start to train the maritime industry and the seamen. And 10 years ago, we opened a new division. It's Novicontas Energy. This is all which mean we talk about wind industry, offshore, onshore industry. Yes, and now in this moment, after 10 years, we have one of the biggest offshore, onshore training center in Europe. Yes, and if you talk about people, about technician, only in last year we train approximately 6,000 technicians here. It's approximately 4,000 into newcomers, yes, and 2,000 guys who now work in industry. Yeah, it's main what we do. Yeah, all guys who involved in wind industry must have some specific certificate. It's 95% about safety. Yes, and about 5% is skills. Yes, we give skills too. And how it say, colleague, yeah, we must be thinking about future. We must be thinking about people, which we must be start preparing now. Yes, because for a lot of the company, all big company, one of the big problem for all need technicians with experience. Yes, technicians with experience, but Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia is too small. We don't have a lot of technicians with experience, and we don't have a time preparing these guys. But we all must be thinking about newcomers and how we're preparing all together newcomers and good guys. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So this brings us to the skills topic, that as a new industry and emerging industry, we need to develop the skills how, for example, in Norway is the skills development done now?
Well, we need a lot of more vocational trained young people, and that's a challenge because, well, many young people choose to take the academic route. Well, we need that also, but the struggle is to have, for example, not enough people that take electronics, everything with electrons, because that is a high demand, and that is also what you basically need for as a wind technician. They have a base load with electronics, and then you upskill them. But I think we need to take care of the needs better. The young people not in employment or education between 20 and 30 years. In Europe, the average is around 18% in this group of people is not working and is not in education. They are staying at home, playing games, and we need to help them and run program where the government supports the training program, the industry recruits them through a training program, and that we have actually done now for 4 years with great success. Educate them, upskill them, pick the right candidates that have the basic skills in place, and then upskill. And I think also what we will see more of is that we have transition reskilling programs for example, fishermen, for miners from the coal mines, and etc. So we need to use, because the birth rate is going down, we don't have enough people. We have to utilize the people that's there, and we need to get the young people also to choose more vocational pathways and support the schools that are doing this. And the industry must also support the schools with equipment, with expertise, and involve themselves in the apprenticeship programs, etc.
Absolutely, yeah. Thank you. I would like to introduce one more topic, and that would be exports. How do you see the opportunities in this sector regarding exports? Maybe Kaspars.
Yeah, well, obviously, let's say if we look at onshore wind, then the export product could be either pure energy that you can distribute through the cables, etc. Then you can add value as a previous panel. We saw that hydrogen, and then there's ammonium, and then you have different options. What you can create was let's say cheap energy. But if we look already, there's a company mentioned, Ironis, or also the UPB case, we see, for example, in the Baltics and some other locations, there are challenges to deliver, let's say, the wind turbine masts. So therefore, again, this is the potential that we can test and create the mast prototype from concrete, precast. It's like Lego. You just put it from round, let's say, the mast into 3 pieces. Then you ship it until the delivery place, and then you kind of concrete that together or glue it together. And that can solve the challenges if you have, let's say, the infrastructure who is not ready for the size of the wind turbine masts of today. Therefore, obviously, where there's new industry, there's definitely new challenges, because nobody 50 years, 30 years ago expected that this will happen. Therefore, nobody can predict and design the old-time industry and infrastructure to fit the new needs. Therefore, there will be problems, and those problems can solve creative minds. And then the creative minds can create a business out of that, and then sell it. And therefore, you can create export. I would say in Latvia, most of the companies who are now establishing, this is also a part of Latvian Exporters Association, we see the most of the companies use maybe Latvia as a test bed, but nobody sees Latvia as a market. They see the market is out there, like Ironis. They created here the robot that fixes and washes the blades, but their main market is US and Canada. So therefore, they made that robot when we had very, very little wind turbines, and because they looked, okay, we have one turbine, we can test on it, and then we can scale it to the world, because in the world there's going to be a problem. So with keeping that mindset and seeing that the challenges with onshore and offshore wind, definitely there's a place where new companies can be established and new business ideas can be exported.
Absolutely. And Novikontas, you also see that quite a lot of your people who come to train, I understand, are foreign companies.
I said 95% of all students, it's working around Europe, not from Latvia. Yes, it's from Latvia. Yes, if we talk about people, it's approximately 20%. We have guys from another country who go Latvia, pass the training in Latvia, and 80% in local guys. But 95% of this 80, it's work around
exported.
Yeah, exported. Yeah. Okay, we have 3 training center around Europe. We have in Lithuania, we have in Georgia. It's not already, but we have Georgia, and still work in Ukraine. Now we started training again in Ukraine. We're preparing a technician now in Ukraine. But we wait new building in here, and Latvian technician can work in local place. It's better for us.
And Baiba, may I turn to you and ask that you've listened to what the supply chain is saying, and from the developer's point of view, how do you see the supply chain, and are there enough Latvian companies for you, for example, to work with?
Firstly, I would like to say thank you about this idea to collect all who are able and who wants to participate in supply chains. Because at this moment, when we are starting to develop all our projects, we are starting to look around what kind of the supply chain parts, if we can say so, we have here in Latvia, and where we need to look outside of Latvia, outside the Baltics. The first market is Latvia and Baltics and Scandinavia and then Europe. And we figure out that actually it's quite not easy to figure out who is doing what, which one we can use, because we are, of course, a little bit nationals in our hearts, and we want to use the in-house companies, if we can say so, but we don't know them. So it's really, really hard to find right now, so thank you for this project. But I believe that with each wind farm, what will be developed in whatever stage, the first study stage and designs and construction, we will find more and more local supply chain participants. And we will use them more and more. But at this moment, it looks like that there is a puzzle on a table and that just few puzzle pieces we can see. And we need a lot. And actually, as you are saying about the training centers, it's the large-scale problem in Latvia. It's renewable energy is the new business, new topic in Latvia, if we can say so, and there's really no experts in Latvia. I have experience also in other industries, and it's the same. We need to export, if we can say, import from outside some experts, and start to teach and train the national people, students and kids, because we will remain here. We will not be able to import all the time, all the supply chain pieces.
Thank you. Yes. One very important topic also is regarding the economy and what it brings to the economy. And I know that Anni, part of the Estonian-Latvian harbor study, you also looked at socio-economic benefits.
Yeah, there are basically, for those who might not be that familiar with the service models of offshore wind farms, there are basically currently two models of maintenance for offshore wind farms. One is with crew transfer vessels called CTV, remember CTV? And another is service offshore vessel, SOV. So currently, these are quite different. We can't say that there will not be some kind of vessels in the future, that there's something in between, or how technology will develop. But with SOV model, the ships are big, about 700 meters. Their depth is 5-6 meters. They go to the offshore wind farm. They stay there for like 2 weeks, and then for shifting they come to harbors, just change the shift, take fresh water and some more bread and beers, and go back to the wind farm. In this case, it is not necessary actually for those technicians to live in this place, in this shore where we have this offshore wind farm. With CTV models, the crew is taken in the morning, off to the sea, they do their work, come back, go home and sleep. And so every day. So this is socio-economically much more beneficiary in the first place. And another thing is that the developers and operators prefer this model very much, because it is 10 times cheaper. So it basically all comes down to the Excel table and the calculations, whether investments to a decent harbor today will repay my operational costs for the next 30 years. But yes, in one very good Danish wind study, it was estimated based on Danish wind experience that and statistics, that 1 gigawatt of offshore wind energy equals about 45 technicians. It takes 3-4 CTVs. So I very much liked what you said with this creative minds and testbed idea. I personally think that the most beneficial or the ultimate socio-economic benefit from this kind of scenario would be that the 45 persons per 1 gigawatts are highly paid, averagely young, well-built, strong. They live, they live in this place where the offshore wind is, and they are smart. And it is quite, how to say, a rule of thumb that one such job creates another 5. And I calculated that in our marine areas in Estonia, Latvia, we have currently about 13 gigawatts planned about the park, so it would make like 500, 600 workers, right? And per one company, it is like 60, 70, 80 persons. This is doable for small places also. This is not as if I want to establish a big factory with 3,000 workers, please, tomorrow. So I like this idea that in the long run, it would be very, very, very beneficiary for our societies in this way. And those people will definitely make new startups someday and invent new drones and et cetera, et cetera.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, and for small communities, that's a huge benefit and livelihood and everything. The NGO that I'm representing is actually based in Salatskriva in Latvia, who's also looking at the opportunities and from how much I know about it is that for small community, it can be really important. What is the Norwegian experience? I believe you also are set in a smaller community.
Yeah, for sure. But a little bit sad to say is that there is a direction going from CTVs to SOVs due to the fact that the wave height is an issue, especially in the North Sea. So most of the project will be with SOVs, but I agree with you. Having a base for the SOV with the managing organization for the wind farm at one base, one local place, preferably quite close to the offshore wind farm, could give many of the same benefits that you are talking about. But of course, in Norway, the offshore wind workers are rotating as the oil and gas workers, as you said, 14 days on and 14 days off. Well, the oil and gas workers, they have 4 weeks off, 2 weeks on. So that's, but I think we need the training programs and the awareness, the long-time recruitness. The governments must involve themselves, the schools, the industry, together to have a long-term plan for actually educate these smart people that will be the cornerstone of the operation maintenance phase for 25, 35 years. And so that's governance, that's politics, actually.
Indeed. We have one question that has come from the audience, and that's on offshore. What are the top 3 industries who will benefit from offshore farms? Who would like to?
Well, I could state, as I already said, for Norway, it's obvious that the oil and gas sector, we have 370 members in Norwegian Offshore Wind Cluster. It's the biggest supply cluster in Norway, industry cluster in Norway. And a lot of these companies, you see, these are maritime companies, these are oil and gas supply chain companies, these are the people that are working and serving offshore business today. So for sure, that's part of the supply chain will fit very, very good into the offshore wind supply chain. One example, when Hywind Scotland, the floating wind farm with 5 turbines, needed to do big component shift on all their turbines, they towed them to Norway, did the component shift there, towed it back. And that was done by a Norwegian oil and gas supply chain company. And they stated after this operation, quite costly, 100,000 million euro, 1 billion Norwegian crowns, sorry. They said that 90% of the operations was things that they already knew. It's only a small part of the operations that was actually the turbine-specific part. that they need to some external help from the turbine provider, but they said also that they had some smarter solutions based on their knowledge from the oil and gas that they implemented in this that the turbine providers didn't have in place. So I think there's a lot of synergies with the maritime sector and the oil and gas sector, obviously.
Okay, thank you very much. We are coming to the end of our time, and I would like to give each of you still a word that if there was something that you wanted to say that I didn't ask. So maybe I'll start with Paiva.
What we didn't said. So I would say we really need still thinking about this growth of GDP in Latvia. We really need to double the energy capacity, and all the supply chain will just earn of this one. If there will not be the renewable energy in Latvia, there will not be supply chain possibilities to earn of this one. So it's symbiosis, some kind of, but we really need to do to get wealthy country here.
Thank you. Kaspars?
Yeah, well, I would say just that I'm very happy that from this multiple years already the Windworks is happening. Then actually a lot of things are from panels already on the groundwork. So, and I'm just hoping that this drive that is currently in the government to legislate in the way that helps developers to actually develop the projects and therefore to increase that energy will stay there and will not have somehow drive shifts, because previously I was also in the government, and then from that I can take that if you meet somebody who's saying that I'm from government and I'm here to help, you know, that's the most dangerous words. So currently I really hope that legislation is going to go in the way that they do not disturb the already happening projects and support to have new projects. Yeah.
Perfect. Matis?
Yeah, let's continue to educate the locals to have more professionals, chemical engineers, university guys look towards wind. There's endless opportunities for new ideas, startups, technologies, chemicals. Just looking at Aarons, how they are revolutionizing from different programmers and software engineers, so that once we have all this power built, we are sure that we have local people taking these jobs and looking after these turbines and boosting the local economy, essentially.
Great.
I would underline the importance of Baltic collaboration. We have Testbed Estonia project too, by the way. So we have 3 tiny Baltic countries. Everybody is playing in their little sandbox. Let's have a bigger sandbox. And also, when it concerns educating, okay, we need in the near future, maybe, because we don't yet have any wind farms, right? Yeah. Maybe we will need a lot of technicians for offshore or whatever wind turbines, but in what language should they speak? If the maintenance harbor will be in Salatskrīva for CTVs, in Latvian maybe, but if the maintenance CTV model harbor will be in Sõrve Peninsula, those should speak Estonian. With Latvia, no
all
way.
technicians speak English, it's no problem.
They all speak English anyway. So just cooperation, even in the sense of let me know what your government decided yesterday. It is useful information for me, you know, just communication.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Yeah, and actually I was thinking the same, and not even the collaboration internally in the Baltics, but in the Nordic and in the full region. And we are running 2 European projects next year. We'll set up a Nordic collaboration project where we are going to invite partners from the Baltics also on the topic of education and workforce development for offshore wind in the Nordic region. So that could be a possibility to.
And Estonia is Nordic also, so.
Yeah,
great.
exactly.
Okay, I think it's a main government must be thinking about population in Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia. You can preparing, I don't know, think how they can all stay in Latvia and work in local market, yes, and not go another country. But we must be thinking about this. And we think how train these guys and new technician for industry.
That's great. Thank you all so much. I hope that we have been able to showcase you that whether you're big or small, you can still get into the supply chain and offer the developers your products and services. That was our aim. We really welcome you to join the Baltic Directory for wind energy supply chain. And also from my side, I work a lot with international companies. I represent the Dutch offshore wind cluster in the Baltics, and I see how the companies from abroad come to look at business opportunities, cooperation opportunities with you guys, all of you, that let's put all of our effort together and make a good directory for our own use and also for the international cooperation. So thank you very much. And yeah, that's the end of this panel.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tina, this morning when I woke up, I had no idea this conference would be making someone's dream come true, but I'm very glad it did. So thank you for moderating this panel so well. It was very engaging, and thank you to our panelists. You definitely shared your expertise and widened my horizons, and I'm sure also our listeners' horizons of how other industries can develop from wind power right now and in the future and truly power our economy. So thank you. While I'm on a roll with thank yous, I would like to thank our sponsors and partners one more time. Without them, this conference would not have been possible. So thank you. And now, to officially start closing the conference, I would like to invite everyone who is here in person, please head downstairs to Hall 1, Stage 1, you know, the big room, the huge room, for the closing remarks of the conference. And those of you who have joined us online, I would like to ask you now to switch to the other link so that you can also join us for the closing remarks. Thank you for being with us today, and we will see you next year at Windworks 2026.